And we are live. Oh, of the devil indeed. You get these ads out of the way. There we go. This game rules. I'm happy people are excited for it. Could be a good time. Launch and we'll sit on the title screen with some nice ambiance as we chat for a good 5 minutes. Wait for folks to roll on in. Of the devil. This is a work of fiction. Speak of the. All right, +2, Merrick. +2. Pretty good. All right, I'm liking the vibes. I'm liking the vibes. How's it going, everyone? Good to see you. Big stretch. Remember to fill my water, and I remember to bring it with me instead of accidentally leaving it in the bathroom. That's the good stuff. MC has been stung by a bee, I think. Look at that cheek. The faces do get a little wide. I think it's charming. And hiding from the heat all day? Oh, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. I have not turned this air conditioner off in probably a solid month. Oh, no, that's not true. If I'm out. You get what I mean. If I'm in this room, it's on. Thank you, Jelly. Both the Canadians took today off. They're scheming. I know. Well, here in America, we have to work, otherwise we lose certain rights to life. So. Howdy, hey, Denner. So glad Joe postponed. I had some fan art I wanted to finish for the next Fast Pass. You devil, you. I suppose you're right at home here, aren't you? Oh, man. Feels like it's lagging a little. It is Tuesday. That's correct. Yeah. Hey, so I've got bad news, chat. I've got really bad news, and it's only really bad news for me specifically. I'm in a tight spot because I've been playing a lot of Souls-likes lately. If you're on the Discord, you know that I've been playing Bloodborne and having a not great time. I've been having either a good time or a bad time, and it fluctuates rapidly between those two, depending on whether I'm fighting a boss at the given moment. So, you know, Bloodborne has been going interestingly. I'm taking a break from it for a little bit. I've also been playing Elden Ring, giving it one more shot, just trying to mainline the legacy dungeons, you know, the content that actually is worth playing, seeing how that goes. And so that's going decent at best, boring at worst. No, not boring, miserable at worst. Generally levels out to being boring most of the time. And then also, I have been replaying Dark Souls 2. And I'm not having a good time with Dark Souls 2. I'm having a great time with Dark Souls 2. I'm having a really great fucking time with Dark Souls 2. And I don't know how to feel about that, because I'm playing the two fucking FromSoft darlings concurrently, alright? Simultaneously, one might say. And then, you know, just to get a frame of reference, I was like, hey, let me play Dark Souls 2, specifically because it came before Bloodborne, alright? So I could see, like, hey, was there stuff about Bloodborne, maybe, that, like, it was like this in Dark Souls 2, and I also didn't like it then? And the answer is no. No, in fact, a lot of my problems that I have with Bloodborne are not present in Dark Souls 2. Granted, it's possible that the reason for that is that it is the Scholar of the First Flame edition. However, Scholar of the First Flame only released a month after Bloodborne. So, if 1 month is all it took for them to iron out all of those mechanical problems, that's pretty crazy, but I'll take it. I'm willing to believe that. However, Dark Souls 2 is pretty fucking great. It's just really fun. The levels have a very interesting flow to them. Feels like they're not too big so you don't get lost in them, but they're not too small that you feel like you're just trudging down a linear path the entire time. There's enough little secrets hidden everywhere that I remember from playing them. A lot of, like, exploding walls to create shortcuts. That's the thing that feels exciting to me the most of the time. A lot of time in Dark Souls 2, you are not finding shortcuts, you are creating them. There will be cracks in the walls that you're supposed to exploit, or a pile of barrels here that you can throw a firebomb at, or trick an enemy into blowing up that'll blow open a wall, and you'll find a bonfire behind it. It feels really, really dense in terms of things to discover. Part of that is going to be that it does incorporate all 4 of the DLCs. As part of the base game now, that it's Scholar of the First Sin, all 4 of the DLCs are now integrated into the game. So there's a lot more, like, enemy placements have been reorganized, item placements have been reorganized, there's all sorts of stuff there. So I am playing a refined version of Dark Souls 2. However, it's really fucking fun. I'm excited to come back to Dark Souls 2 every time I play it. When I boot up Elden Ring, I'm like, it's fucking alright. I guess we're at the Academy of Raya Lucaria, so I'm having a better time than usual, right? But, like, god damn, it just feels so much better. In Dark Souls 2, every stat you level also gives your vitality a pretty decent bump. Not as big of a bump as if you had just leveled vitality, but enough that my health is constantly going up with every level to a reasonable degree, and I'm generally keeping pace with all of the enemies in the game, despite not focusing on leveling my vitality, which is not something I can say of Bloodborne or Elden Ring. In Bloodborne and Elden Ring, enemies will kill you in 2 hits. In Dark Souls 2, if you're gonna die in 2 hits, it's because you're fighting a boss or a giant fuck-off enemy that you know is supposed to fuck you up. You will not come into a group of, like, foot soldiers, and every single one of them is gonna stab you for a third of your health. No. The reason is, you're gonna run into a group of foot soldiers, and there's gonna be 5 of them. And the challenge is not, if one hits you, you're dead. The challenge is, how do I corral this herd of cats into not mauling me all at the same time? It's a good fucking game, chat. And I know that I'm going to be killed for saying so. Not just because I'm enjoying Dark Souls 2 and such a thing is blasphemy, but because I am enjoying Dark Souls 2 in direct contrast to Elden Ring and Bloodborne, which I am not enjoying. They're gonna kill me for this. My credibility is down the drain. I'm fucking done for. However, I will go down with a smile on my face, because Dark Souls 2 is extremely fucking fun. Thought this wasn't of the Devil stream, but Psych gets Elden Ring criticism again. You know it, baby! You know it! I guess he just liked the more traditional Souls experience than the new things Bloodborne and Elden Ring did. I think that's probably what's going on. Yeah, I think that maybe I generally really do like the general Souls experience. Dark Souls 3 is probably my favorite of From's games, just because it feels like the most refined version of that general experience. Let's see. I have thoughts and opinions from someone who ran into similar struggles to you, I think, about Bloodborne gameplay that may help elucidate why it... Elucidate's a nice word. Why it feels frustrating to play if you're interested, and haven't heard enough similar thoughts already to be sick of it. I'd be interested in hearing that, yeah. I don't know, I think... right now, probably my favorite FromSoft game is Dark Souls 3. And I don't see that changing anytime soon. I really appreciate Dark Souls for being the game that, like, introduced the format. I think the world is very fun to explore in Dark Souls. And I think it gives you a really good idea of where they started from, which was already an extremely strong foundation. I haven't played Demon Souls yet. Which, unfortunately, if I want to, I would need to get an extremely legal piece of software on my computer. Because I don't own a PlayStation 3 or 5, because the 4 isn't backwards compatible. Anyway, I haven't played Demon Souls, and I would like to at some point, because it's now the only Souls-like, the only FromSoft game, FromSoft Souls-like, that I have not gotten to play yet. But I like Dark Souls 1. I also like in Dark Souls 1 that you can just put on a fuck ton of armor, and that will actually matter. I'm loving Dark Souls 2 right now. It feels like there's always something to discover. It feels like my stat investments are, like, reasonably paced and rewarded well. It feels like there's a lot of diversity in the equipment that I'm getting and the playstyles that are available to me. It feels like the areas that I'm exploring are dense and rich with things to discover. It feels like the bosses are a low point. The bosses are generally very easy. With extremely simple patterns and, like, a very predictable attacks. The bosses aren't super exciting. I will say that much about Dark Souls 2. The bosses are not something to write home about. However, I don't know that in the age of Dark Souls 2, the bosses were particularly an action-packed highlight yet. I don't know that, like, that's what Dark Souls was generally known for just yet. Because I don't remember any of the bosses in Dark Souls 1 being, like, particular teeth clenchers or something like that. But then again, I'm also coming in with, like, knowledge of the games. So that might be why I'm enjoying my time and why everything feels so familiar and predictable. I was only here for the last paragraph and thought you were talking about IRL. The bosses not being much to write home about. Howdy, hey, Flora. Good to see ya. Game has some big Danganronpa vibes. It certainly does. But yeah, to summarize, Sumati, I'm having a really good time with Dark Souls 2, and they're gonna kill me for it. Because I'm not having a good time with Bloodborne and Elden Ring. Elden Ring, I knew I wouldn't have a great time. I already know I don't like Elden Ring. To be completely honest with you, I'm playing it again because I just finished Lies of P, and Lies of P was fucking excellent. Lies of P is far and away my favorite Souls-like, period. I truly, truly think it is better than anything From has done yet. It's probably not getting as much respect as it deserves because it is, in some ways, heavily derivative, but just from a pure gameplay experience, it is so much fun and has so many quality of life features that, to me, it is leagues above any of the other Souls games in terms of just fun and replayability. There's not as much build diversity, and generally speaking, there is, like, a playstyle that is optimal, which is learning how to perfect parry everything. But I think what makes Lies of P work so well is that it is extremely adept at communicating to the player what they should be doing or what will work best in any given situation, and then allowing them to refine those techniques as they continue to play. Lies of P is extremely good at teaching the player, which is something that, going through FromSoft games, I am finding that they're not very good at, honestly. Like, to be completely honest with you, I think part of the reason why I didn't like Elden Ring, and why I continue to dislike Elden Ring, is that it is an extremely poor communicator. It is like nigh on afraid of giving the player any information which would be beneficial to the gameplay experience. There's very little feedback in the way of understanding that you are in the right place and that you are doing the right thing, other than, is the enemy dying and am I staying alive? And I'm beginning to wonder if maybe the reason that Souls-likes have the reputation that they have of being so punishingly, cripplingly difficult is not because the games themselves provide that extreme level of technical challenge, but because the actual challenge that you need to overcome is the learning curve of understanding poorly communicated systems. Which, that's probably another take that they will string me up in the town square for. But you know what? I'll gladly die on that hill. I'll gladly die on that hill any day of the week. So there's my... Oh my god, I was rambling for 15 minutes. Jesus. Alright. Hi, everyone. That's enough Souls-like talk. We're here for a visual novel now. This is Of the Devil. It has been requested by Filefighter, though I understand this is more of a coalition power grab by Filefighter and Truth as part of the Of the Devil conglomerate. Perhaps you might call them devil's advocates, as it were. This is, as I understand it, a kind of puzzle game, mostly visual novel, in the spirit of Ace Attorney with some Yuri. I believe that's the general theme. I've heard good things about this. I'm really charmed by the art style and the general aesthetic, so I'm very excited to play it. So, without further ado, let's get on into it. We got 2 episodes. I think it's probably going to be 1 stream per episode, based on the information I got, of the general vibe. Let's see. I did rest the points from File's cold hands. I meant to... Oh, I am. Okay. Rain sizzles off neon above me. I should probably have asked, how's the audio? Too loud, too quiet? On my end, it's a little loud, but generally good. How's the audio balance? I feel like maybe looking at OBS, it might be a little bit too loud, but I generally have sensitive ears. Let's wait for people talking. Oh, do they? Is there voice acting? The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street, and a slight blunting of the night's ambiance. Emphasis on slight. Lights, camera, and constant noise. The city's got insomnia, the uneven heart rate to prove it. There's no escaping the secondhand nervous energy of it all. But I'm plenty acclimated. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides, microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. Because if I'm not careful, a client of mine is going to die in jail. Pretty good. Loving the noir vibes already. Morgan, criminal attorney. I like that criminal stayed a little longer. I wonder if that's intentional. It's hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown and always online. Whether it's incandescent, neon, or hollow, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen, there's light shining on every last pixel of the map. Someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity, anonymity is scarce, and criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at public defender work, no matter the hour. Should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the world, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Not that there's much else I can do. Till my phone. Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. You are expected at the 254th precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter. Why is that fire on her cigarette going at 240 FPS? Don't worry about it. It's charming. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. I'll try. Fucking art. Looks like the paperwork came through. Nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are going to get busy. Of the Devil, Episode 0. He shall appear. Ooh. Disable tutorials? You can turn them back on in settings. I should probably keep them on. Damn, this UI is slick. Shows how much you can do with just... Like, you can do a lot with very little. Because all this is... you know, we've got the sprite, full white, drop shadow, and then a couple, you know, moving graphics. Works really well. Enable tutorials. Tutorial for VN. I'm assuming there's going to be some Danganronpa-esque puzzle elements to it. Precinct 254. It's really fucking bright. It's a goddamn ghost town. With nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. I'm here about a homicide. My clearance rates be damned. I think they'd trick me with a little more gravitas. But whatever. If I'm that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. And I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. And if you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. So let's see if I can't poke around and shake some change loot. Heads up. Press escape or click on the phone icon on the top left to access the pause menu, where you can save, load, or check settings. You can toggle on auto text advance with the A key, or check reread previous lines with the L key. Can't believe I'm late for the Yuri. Don't worry, you missed literally 15 minutes of me rambling about Dark Souls. I'll give you the Spark Notes. I like Dark Souls 2 more than Elden Ring and Bloodborne. Oh man. Unfortunately, my aforementioned Bloodborne thoughts are far too long for the Twitch chat character limit, and there's been enough Souls talk, so I'll save it for another time. But long story short, I think Bloodborne only really gives the player tools to excel if you use an insanely aggressive playstyle, which is super fun when it works, but also runs counter to literally every other FromSoft Souls-like, so it's highly unintuitive. I generally agree. I think there is a playstyle that is being presented to me in Bloodborne, and I'm kind of averse to fully getting into it because I don't quite trust the mechanics. They feel a little clunky. And not like... I think it's just the game showing its age. And it's me being used to games that are far more mechanically polished. Basically, I've played Lies of P, so I've played better Bloodborne. And I won't say more than that because they're hunting me down as is. Use mouse to look around for points of interest you can click on, or press space to find them automatically. You'll earn credit for investigating anything and everything you can. Credit is both a measure of your information gathering skills and your own credibility. Oh, hold on. We're doing a Tears of the Kingdom talk instead because boy, I could match Jelly easily if complaining about Zelda games. Listen, brother. Let me tell you something. I have barely played Breath of the Wild. I got 10 hours into it and realized I'm gonna hate this shit if I keep playing, so I'm not gonna anymore. I think open world is the worst thing that can happen to a game you like. Especially one that I highly prize for its rather strict, but kind of, like, falsely presented linearity. Credit is both a measure of your information gathering skill and your own credibility. So don't go broke. Oh, that's cute. I like that a lot. King of Hearts? Oh, that's... okay. That's cute. I'm getting a Valhalla vibe from this. Which I quite like. Just hopefully it doesn't go full Valhalla in some aspects. Oh, that's strange. Oh, man. This game would go hard on the DS. This game would go so hard on the DS. That's all I'm thinking. I miss touchscreen bad, man. What a stupid thing to miss. An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. Though museums tend to feel expensive. Clean. Dusty, forgotten, Probably lots of unpacked boxes. The homicide department's more like an attic. Earn your first credit. Okay, well, I got like 500, so. Hard to believe they were ever so busy when they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. People hate console gimmicks, but DS was the peak of shit and everyone utilized all of its things. Yeah! Listen, man. No, I've said too much. I'm just gonna throw it out there and not explain. Because I've already said enough insane bullshit today. I miss motion controls. They were fun. Then oh, I think I skipped one. Hard to believe they were making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know how traumatic events... did you know that during traumatic events, memory formation is blah blah blah? Poking holes in that setup instead of like shooting fish in a barrel. And all during billable hours. There's no room to sow doubt anymore. Not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. Ooh. Does VR count as motion controls? Yes. Steam Deck has motion controls? Yes, but the device feels inconvenient to hold. The medium's cracked in the corner. It's bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff, and I'm rolling dice every time it falls off the sofa. You probably know the warranty on one of these things is a loud sneeze. At least it's not broken entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia you always get served at state buildings. There's a few missing persons, too. 1 year of silver plan coverage, courtesy of Caduceus, as a reward for any... Is that Caduceus? Is that how you pronounce that? Caduceus? I always said Caduceus because that's how people who played Monster Hunter pronounced the boss in 3 Ultimate. But probably Caduceus, I would say. Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. Oh. Read. For the record, colored text unlocks a little bit of extra info in your phone. Be sure to read it. It's good stuff. A data pad. I'll bite. Even when they're more advertisements than article, they can still be pretty informative. In a flowery, roundabout corporate propaganda sort of way. Keep an eye out for articles in the environment. They offer insight on the world around you and credit towards your investigation. Articles are added to your phone's reading list after you first read them. Motion controls swept into the mainstream before they were refined and accurate, so when we say motion controls, things like the Kinect and Wiimote come to mind, when in reality, modern motion controls are actually way more accurate and usable, but they now must fight the sour taste left by their predecessors. And I think it's bullshit. I think that the Wii and the Kinect were just fine. I had fun with them, those stupid little devices that they were. I love my gimmicks. I think people need more of them. I think things have become too streamlined nowadays. We need a real bullshit tech shakeup. Choose the proper takeaway after reading them, and you'll earn additional bonus credit too. Subway fixes axed city to refocus on canopy. Declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded, city engineers announced this week that all plans to drain and repair the system were being suspended indefinitely. Saltwater damage to sensitive electronic cabling and erosion of key tunnel fixtures were cited as reasons for why 89% of the subway system was evaluated as critically compromised or worse. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid super infrastructure system that weaves together trams, highways, walkways, and skyscrapers into the canopy high above our city streets. Reactions to the announcement could be characterized as blasé. It's been years since the subways last ran, and decades since they last ran on schedule. Most citizens have long since given up hope on them ever making a comeback. Online chatter barely reacted to the announcement, with most commenters and voters' attention focused instead on the growing investigations into Councilman Long's campaign finance irregularities. As one of the Canopy's major backers in City Hall, Long has often found himself at odds with a small but vocal group of critics that consider it to be an eyesore and an amplifier of light and noise pollution. And with Long having stepped away from his political duties in order to more fully cooperate with investigators, for the first time in nearly 20 years, the typically rock-steady political foundation of the Canopy was looking uncharacteristically shaky going into this week, But with the subways now officially no longer an option, people and corporations alike have little choice for how they complete their morning commute. This was two sentences. Here to here is one sentence. However, not all reactions to the news have been negative. At least a few bold individuals see this latest report as vindication, and possibly even a rallying cry. Already considered by many to be the rising star in infrastructure solutions abroad, tech startup Subterra made headlines last year with their radical proposal for a system of personal submarine taxi pods that could make use of the flooded subway tunnels. But momentum stalled when their first prototype for the city came in at a disappointing 3,359% over budget. Though one council member was quoted as calling their system, quote, mind-bogglingly wasteful and, quote, impractical in the extreme. In light of this latest announcement, Subterra has proudly declared their intent to resubmit their proposal package. Across the entire globe, English major versus long run-on sentence, that was not, in fact, a long run-on sentence. It was just a long one. It has all of the proper punctuation and syntactic notes, or syntactic highlights, rather, to be a proper sentence. It's just long as fuck. Across the entire globe, coastal cities like ours have struggled to find civil engineering answers to rising sea levels and subterranean flooding that satisfy financial, practical, and aesthetical concerns. I think that would just be aesthetic. Historically, most scientists have attributed this increase in sea level to climate change, though there are dissenting voices. Water rises and falls all the time. For reasons we do not fully understand, it appears that you have 0 free articles remaining this month. Please verify your account information in order to continue reading the stories that matter. Ballsy of them, putting a paywall there. As if I'd reach for my wallet after having read a word like aesthetical. Oh shit! Oh man, alright. Alright, looks like I'm on the right wavelength here. Good to go. Alright. Besides, I got the gist of it. The takeaway is that the city be focusing its efforts on the canopy. There'll be increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget. It lines the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment, not when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters. Good stuff. Game is checking if you are actually reading. True. High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishing, multiple screening stations. Pragmatic brutalism, so textbook it could teach freshman level architecture. You can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. Civil planning equivalents of battle scars. From a fight won so long ago that they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. Walking in here now, with crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. Ooh, nice alliteration. Alright, I've taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. Cute design. Booted up fine. So far, so good. Good morning. Morgan, here for the public defender contract. Could you please provide your name and... Great. Please stand still for a moment. Just like any other fucking automated reception phone call, if you give it what it needs early, it just stops mid-sentence. I wouldn't call intake hollows charming. More like harmless. I'd call them charming. That's probably what the designers are aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their tech, so long as it never speaks out of turn. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth? So far, so good, was it? Probably scan my card? Say, why don't you just scan my ID card? Great. Now could you just confirm your date of birth for me? Why do they even bother asking? My birthday's on the damn ID card and my profile. I have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. No problem. My birthday is... Sorry, what? One moment, please. December 26th. Gotcha. Blood type AB. Criminal defense attorney. Likes puzzles, smoking, wooden furniture. Dislikes commercials. Hairdresser. Hairdresser? Jogging. Talent. Can fall asleep in any position. Just like me! Just like me, for real, for real. Coffee, decaf, drink, whiskey sour. Not bad. Not bad. I'm a lemon drop gal myself. Height 175. Weight not in there. Coffee type in profile. It's very important. Her birthday is almost Christmas, but almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. Search terms, data pads. Noun, a mid-sized portable electronic device for use inside local networks. The lightweight portable electronic devices known as data pads have no significant internal storage capabilities and can only display what is streamed to them from local networks. Originally marketed as a replacement for ecologically wasteful newspapers, magazines, and flyers, datapads quickly became infamous for the difficulty and expense involved in recycling them once their limited lifetime components expired. It wasn't until they were rebranded as ideal for privacy and security that datapads found success. I don't know why I said success like that. Success in the private and public sectors, where their ability to display location-locked content helped corporations minimize data leaks and give their advertisements targeted geographic relevance. Today, datapads are a mainstay of high-traffic public spaces and virtual physical hybrid workplaces, despite remaining unpopular with most environmentalists and bibliophiles. You don't have to read all of these, just good to remember it's here. There's some good things later on, unless you want to read everything, in which case I won't stop you. Conductive resin. Noun. An industrial polymer capable of programmed electrical conduction. Though it outwardly resembles plastic or glass, conductive resin is actually an electromagnetic polymer used in a wide variety of stationary or portable devices where its unique properties allow it to act both as a display and a processor, enabling ultra-thin or even transparent electronics. I get the feeling Merrick would go crazy for this shit. This is like... This feels very Merrick focused. This kind of tech explanation. Extremely unnecessary, yet very fun and flavorful. There are upwards of 100 different patented varieties of conductive resin, each intended for different use cases, industries, and environments, but they are all fairly lightweight and fragile, but not that fragile, except for the small handful formulated for military and security applications. I don't know, sounds like typical EM metamaterials to me. Just the fact that you can snark about it. That's great. Because of its widespread use in high turnover products such as datapads and smartphones, producers of conductive resin are frequently accused of engineered obsolescence by consumer rights groups, though these claims have never been proven before a court. Holograms. Enabled by specialized projectors or mediums like conductive resin, holograms are graphic displays that appear three-dimensional to the human eye when viewed from any part of the face range of at least 180, an effect known as the Watterson illusion phenomenon. Originally patented in late 2059, Watterson's phenomenon was initially used exclusively in the adult entertainment industry. Holograms did not become widely adopted as an advertising tool until the much-maligned Holo-Day season of 2061, after which laws restricting the presence of holograms in public spaces were passed with uncharacteristically universal support. We're sorry to see that you've installed a subroutine on this device to disable and highlight our recommended premium external links. We understand your drive for personalization, but unauthorized tech impacts our ability to serve you to the best, most relevant information possible. Consider disabling your subroutine so we can serve you a more tailored browsing experience. Interesting. Anyway, it's the 26th, right? Yeah, December 26th. December 26th. December 26th. Perfect. Good morning, Morgan Counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on the Public Defender contract. If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to Counseling Quarter 3C. Is that what we're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room? I'm sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards. Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call it the involuntary wellness check room if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel, sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection dully wrapped across gunmetal walls. Morgan Counselor, can I help you with anything else? Choices that progress the story and choices that represent side topics will react differently to your mouse. You can also use keys 1 through 5 on your keyboard to choose dialogue choices from top to bottom. Because of what you read earlier, you've unlocked an additional choice in this dialogue. Read and examine at every opportunity to build up your knowledge and get the most out of every conversation. Interesting. I like already that it is a visual novel which has gamified engaging with the text on a more intimate level. Like, you are encouraged in this visual novel to seek out and read as much information as possible and experience as much of the game as possible mechanically. Interesting. Why the disrepair? I know the city's not terribly concerned with the lower wards, but this is a police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? The 60s? It has been 22 months since the timetable was last updated. I like that the I keep calling it models. The portraits will react as the sentence is going on. Very charming there. They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they? I'm sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered. I'm adaptable. What about you? They were gonna fix that crack? Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work. Well, that's all that matters, right? What are you? What are you? I am a smart user interface, proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I could send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Should I send you a link with information about our subscription packages? No. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask. That'll be all, thank you. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office, through the door to your right. Thanks. But I think it's just me for now, so you could go on a break if you like. Automated dependents do not take breaks, Morgan counselor. Then what were you doing before I walked in? Cool. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office. Through the door to the right, thank you. Ads don't get breaks. They don't get my jokes. But it's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyway. Cave opens. I like that. Oh, the UI pops up when you mouse over the top. That's nice. UI's really slick in this right now. For the record, when people say 60s, 40s, they're referring to the 2080s and stuff. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah. So you've got a new term, automated dependent. Noun, the legal designation for any intelligent electronic entity. Abbreviated as AD and referred to in common conversation as AD for ads. I assume that's what that means. Boulder probably knows what that letter means. Automated dependent is a catch-all term encompassing robots, intelligent programs, interactive holograms, and androids. Ads are present both digitally and physically in every industry and nation on the planet, assisting in everything from data management to physical labor. In the mid-21st century, lobbyists pushed through the new tax classifications to design intelligent machines that were neither salaried employees nor mere equipment. Because it afforded tax breaks and lighter tariffs, the term became so commonly used that it spread to all branches of the robotics industry, from which point it began to penetrate into everyday speech and pop culture. Some sociologists argue that the term owes its popularity not simply to its brevity and prevalence, but to its ability to draw a distinction between the commonplace, robots, androids, smart UIs, and the internationally illegal artificial intelligence. Searching for this term may incur an account flag. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. Interesting. Its traditional name in English is still Ash, or Ash if the ligature is included. Interesting. As an Aether? Big Geth vibe, certainly, yeah. Has gone bad or some... A voice. No. Voices coming from down the hall. Compared to yours? Probably. Thank God I stopped for directions. Building this empty, the desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher. Decidedly low energy. Appreciate you worrying about me. Did I try to be serious? While the other rings with youthful indignation. Not like our job is important or anything. Definitely cops. But this precinct, at this hour, localized entirely within this kitchen, they might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex. So why else did you bother to print it all that out? One document or 100. It's the same on a data pad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. Makes them think you know them better than their priest, their mother, their big brother. Ooh, I wasn't going to say that. So how many of those sheets were blank then? No red carpet tonight, officers? Oh, sorry about that, ma'am. We don't keep many extra hands around these hours. Probably faster to let desk handle intake anyway. But mostly cheaper. You the lawyer? I am. Morgan Esquire. Pleased to meet you. Same here, counselor. Quasum London. And the ball of sunshine here is my partner, Farah Reyes. Ball of sunshine? She certainly is. Huh? Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between the departments has been hectic all night. It's no trouble. Gave me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette? Tobacco? What are you, 80? She can't be more than a few years younger than... Ahem! We're, the detectives in charge of this particular case. It looks like tonight will also be your humble guides in the illustrious homicide department. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouses before. He's never struck me as more than just some old-timer, but I suppose being an old-timer is an accomplishment in and of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face, though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted, maybe? 2 whole detectives working at these hours? Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene. No, we're not nearly that timely. Uniforms responded to the emergency calls within a few minutes. Calls, plural. Must have been quite the commotion. Look around. You think we're the first to arrive for anything? She's not wrong. We were only tapped after circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation. Our ongoing investigation. Not very subtle, is she? But I may as well bite at this point. So you suspect that this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity? Wait, did they really not... No, I guess they wouldn't put it into public defender's brief. Oh no! An updated autopsy report already? Look, consider this a little professional courtesy. A fair warning, yeah? That's the heartbreak killer in that movie. And we've got the bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass this shitstorm onto some other night owl and go back to bed. I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. Damn. Just like me, for real. So perhaps in the meantime, you'd be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer? They cover utilities at the rock you live under? Is there a problem? You're seriously not familiar with HK. Never heard of him. Heard enough of him for a lifetime. Alright, I like her. I like her a lot. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks. Their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. Street corners in the media, on the net, everyone's indulging in the exact kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. But right now, I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. And when it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. I take it he's a repeat offender? Was it the killer part that tipped you off? You must have at least heard about his MO. Media's gone crazy with it, along with everyone else. One bullet straight through the heart. Body left to die where it falls. Hence the name Heartbreak? Ooh. B. May 5th, 186, 78 kilograms, blood type B, homicide detective, first class, photography, dive bars, bags. Bags? Dislikes ties, pollen, after hours work messages. Listens to podcasts. Hobby, pencil sketching, frequently running late. I love how they contextualize the main character asking all sorts of obvious questions because she's purposefully playing dumb. I didn't even catch that. That's pretty good. I like that a lot. Bang's hair type, certainly, yeah. Big Somnium Files vibes from these profiles? Absolutely, yes. It's definitely pulling from the well of Danganronpa and Zero Escape here. October 19th, 62, 63 kilograms, a homicide detective third class, likes rice, limes, automotive history, dislikes liars, small plates, cheap people. Enjoys watching product reviews, just like me, bad at games of chance. Uh-oh, right eye. OS Iris Elite 86. OS Iris, that's nice. That's some good shit right there. Absolutely. Heartbreak. Oh ho! Howdy, hey there. Unknown, unknown, unknown. Occupation criminal. Likes killing. Dislikes getting caught. Favorite color, probably red. Zodiac sign, probably not into astrology. Reward, suspended due to influx of false reports. That's pretty good. Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catchiness trumps originality. What you won't read about online is that all six of HK's victims were shot by the same gun, without even needing to reload. Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? That's pretty good shooting, isn't it? Hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. But shooting 6 people with accuracy like that? A whole different beast. Takes a certain kind of monster, a real freak. Pulse probably didn't even rise. Let's see. Sounds horrific. Sounds robotic. You almost make him sound like a machine. Is it possible that... No, it is not. There's no such thing as killer robots, madam. Of course, my mistake. To all those androids marching in the military, those robots patrolling in police uniforms, those drones dropping firebombs from the sky, I guess they're all firing blanks. Fair enough. Machines can kill. They have been for decades. But they don't commit murder. Right. I am fucking loving this right now. I gotta say, I'm really into this setting and this character writing. It's really getting me in there right now. I love they switched the color palette and close-ups. It's really nice. I like that they're what is it? They're shit, what is it? Their outline, their drop shadow, like, pulses for a moment whenever they talk to indicate who's speaking. Or give you a little extra indication. Evil like Heartbreak is all organic. It's a pretty terrifying thought. Really start paying more attention to the news. I managed to miss 6 murders. Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5. Pardon? You're still not getting it? HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago, when we caught the son of a bitch red-handed. So you're convinced that my client is this Heartbreak killer, and tonight was just his latest crime. A serious accusation, very serious consequence. I take it you have serious evidence to back that up? I was being literal, counselor. Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood. Well, that's not good, is it? What you say certainly sounds compelling. Is that lawyer talk for open and shut? I like her. I like her. But even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders? It's all there in the discovery files, and the ARCs, of course. New term, let's go. Augmented Reality Crime Scene. Augmented Reality Crime Scene, abbreviated as ARCS, is an investigative tool in which data harvested by the sensors worn on first responders is used to reconstruct a digital copy of a pristine crime scene. Programmed and distributed by a small number of tech corporations and frequently modified or even personalized by local municipalities. I love saying this word, municipalities, that's a nice one. ARC systems are used by every major police force, most insurance investigators, and many law firms. After its introduction in the early 2060s, the technology briefly came under public scrutiny when the independent news organization United Media Casters released a series of reports claiming that ARC's data was regularly edited by corrupt officials to erase state secrets. I'm fond of the word pumpernickel. Pumpernickel's not bad. A little too many plosives. These reports were later found to be fake, and UMC was exposed as a subsidiary of Cell Corporation within Lambda Work Solution. Oh no. Who were marketing a number of alternatives to ARC's technology at the time. Board members at Lambda denounced the actions of said Cell and offered assistance to their former competitors in suing leadership at UMC, but the proceedings and settlements in those lawsuits have remained sealed. Join the local net on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need. I'll bet. Thanks for that, detective. I'll be sure to read it over. But if it's all the same, could I ask you some questions while I've got you here? What kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives? This kind of attorney. You're just that pleasant. Come on, sunshine. Not like we're going to be punching out anytime soon, right? Whatever. Let your clients do an interrogation all night for all I care. Intero... You mean the counseling quarters? We're at your disposal, counselor. Very, very cheeky. Oh, this is extremely Danganronpa. Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be Rhea's desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single mote of personalization. Is she so new she hasn't had time to unpack? Or is she really that uptight and boring? Both, maybe? Oh, new dossier, let's go! Time for a quiz! Bolstered by a strong... latest noble androids receive warm welcome. Bolstered by a strong earnings report and surging sales of the Animate 16, Noble Electronics stock rose a stunning 3% this week to a new record high. While Noble's latest iteration has yet to surpass the sheer popularity of its predecessors, an increased profit margin has left Noble's shareholders very enthused. Many investors were skeptical when, at their now infamous 2084 trade convention, Noble announced that the 16th line would be the first generation of androids to feature over 50% organic components. So-called warm androids, which at the time only saw demand in the health, senior, and childcare sectors, were looked down upon as impractical due to increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. And while some critics voiced concerns that fringe religious or traditionalist groups might find warm androids controversial, more business-focused minds feared that Noble was alienating its customers in the industrial and military sectors in order to cater to civilian consumers, users that viewed their androids from across the room and not from above the factory floor. Hello, welcome, Skitters. 3% raise in stock means you'll be 3% happier in love. So true. The stock market is real and should be trusted and informative of your emotional state. However, as has often been the case in the last decade, Noble's doubters were proven wrong. The Animate 16 is poised to break profitability records, with no signs of slowing down, and many industry analysts predict that these once rare organic androids will completely replace their more robotic predecessors in daily life within the next 3 to 5 years. As described in the earnings report, much of the 16th line of success, and indeed the success of Noble's androids in general, can be attributed to the remarkable, lifelike, personable charm of their products, and by all accounts that charm can be attributed to the work of Noble's famed lead programmer, Dr. David Asher. The fact that organic material can heal its own wounds to some extent actually sounds like a point in favor for me. I didn't even consider that. That's really interesting to think of it like that. Assuming that the organic material can heal itself in this context. Lead programmer is the understatement of the century, said Noble brand ambassador Lucy Dees on stage at their latest #Noble Industry Weekend. It's because of his Turing solution? Interesting. That every Noble product, from the sleekest assistants to the most advanced intensive care technicians, are so beloved and trusted by our customers. While his reputation was on full display at the event, Dr. Asher himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always been reclusive, but he's become a genuine hermit in recent years. Are we really to believe he's still... Hey fam, looks like you're not logged in on this device. Want to put in your account info so we can keep you reading? Yeah, no thanks. He's in the news again. No wonder. Can't spit without landing on a piece of Noble tech these days. Especially not where the state's involved. Don't know if they'll bite when it comes to warm androids, though. For government use, they're just too expensive, too frail. All androids undergo wear and tear, especially if they're directing traffic or suppressing crowds. But these warm androids bleed pink all over themselves every time they take a rock to the cheek. Just an endless stream of bad photo ops waiting to happen. Ooh. I feel like so far, the two questions that they've asked me after reading the articles, they've caught me off guard. Like, they have been questions that I've not been expecting to answer after reading the article, which is interesting because that's like actually testing your comprehension of the article. It's not just giving you a question that's like, hey, recite some information back to me. It's, hey, what's an actual conclusion that you would come to based on reading that article? Which is interesting. That kind of call and response is genuinely quite difficult to design as someone who has made quizzes before. Inspect. Shouldn't have cleaned up so much just for little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system, or even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered about lazily alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about data leaks. And he doesn't look like the paranoid thing. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper. I'll give him that. And we do know that he had the paper documents just to make it look more official and intimidating. Observe. Loose wires, missing paneling, an aircon system that probably sweats more than people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? I expected to find a lot of belt-tightening at Homicide, but I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. We got a stunning clearance rate and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy, but with our dear doting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. The Homicide ends up as the only State Department with a shrinking budget. A dumping ground for the police force's most ambitious and least popular. Okay. Nothing else jumps out at me around here. Got a better idea of who I'm dealing with. Now I just need to check out the crime scene data. Should have been sent a link. You've been granted access to state files regarding case KL 433511. Reply C to confirm. Confirm. You need to reply C in order to confirm. Am I talking to a person? I am an automated dependent. Oh no, she argues with ChatGPT. Ads are usually more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences. So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply C. C? It's case sensitive. C. Thank you. That's really good. Alright, if I project from my phone... Ooh. Oh ho! Alright, I'm into it. I'm into it. I mean, obviously I'm already into it, but I'm even more into it. Alright, let's see what the police have. What they think is important. The murder weapon, a revolver found right next to the body. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing, but all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. It was found by the police, with the murder weapon, right in front of the body. Very, very Somnium-coded, yes. Very much so. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial, not prejudice. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. Or is it prejudicial or prejudicial? I'm not sure. The victim's body. Cause of death, ballistic trauma. Class 4 blood loss, atrium and aorta. Single gunshot wound to the heart. In brief, death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else, and no blood or skin under her nails. Blood spatter, forensics, and all that other good stuff tells them that she was shot from there. The killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. A stand-up mirror shattered and knocked over. Real glass. No screens or cameras here. Prejudicial would be before legal action, surely. Yeah, but I mean, I'm wondering if that's what they mean. Is it prejudiced, or is it literally prejudicial, as in they have done something before it would have like been legal to do so? Or like the assumption of, I'm not sure. Why is Bellatro happening in the corner? Don't worry about it. It was hit hard enough to come unattached from its arm, while shards of glass were scattered, far enough to land on the victim's body. Articles, noble androids. Evidence: glass shards, pieces of glass from a broken standing mirror found at the crime scene. Said mirror was a low-tech furnishing with no digital components to pull data from. Hit with enough force to scatter shards of glass into the victim's body. Time of death, 9 p.m. Cause of death, ballistic trauma, class 4 blood loss. Single bullet pierced the subject's sternum, left atrium and aorta. Death was instantaneous. Some handwriting at the bottom of the scanned document. Some handiwork as same handiwork as previous 5. Lab message to confirm ballistics match 2. Interesting. IRL is a whole other level of creepy. Some people honestly seem crippled the way they go about typing stuff you say into a bot and regurgitating what it says back. I make it a point to never use ChatGPT or anything similar. I had to interact with ChatGPT in a professional capacity as a student teacher, and let me tell you, I never, ever, ever want to do that shit ever again in the slightest. It is genuinely one of the reasons why I do not want to pursue teaching, period. It is just a shortcut to eliminate any critical thought whatsoever. Whatever ideas people have for practical, idealistic uses of the technology are just completely delusional. It is not something that widespread and that unregulated is literally just a detriment in like the context of classroom. Six-chamber 10mm revolver, well-maintained but old. Has Flat's left-hand fingerprints on it. What a mess. Heck. Seems like his vase got tossed aside at some point, and yet there's not a scratch on it. Must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. That's all the big-ticket items. What about the security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. Not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. No signs of forced entry only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? Not much else flagged here. Just that lounge chair that got thrown and whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris? Flag as irrelevant? That's their technical assessment? Guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. Well, let's look at that real quick. Vase. Unremarkable ceramic vase. Found knocked over at the crime scene. Weighty and sturdy. It remains featureless even after being tossed. And ceramic debris of indeterminate origin found in the crime scene. Found on the far side of the room by the western window. Technician's note. Flag is irrelevant on next pass. Okay. That's everything the police highlighted. Did I miss anything? Did I miss anything? Oh. Yeah, there it is. What the hell is that? Something in the victim's hand? What the hell did... Just a pill organizer. Like immune adjusters, NSAIDs, and tripexazone, a synthetic glucocorticoic medication, taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain, generalized itch. The autopsy said her toy screen was clear, but it's not like it matters. You could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city and it still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything else here is all very incriminating. Kickers everything that's not here. No out-of-place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Showing results for Internet of Things. Internet of Things refers to the networked data sharing that goes on between all the countless electronics that we monitor ourselves with. Phones, computers, security systems, biofeedback devices, body modification and prosthetics, and of course, automated dependents, all comprise small but vital parts of this network. Without IoT's ability to collect, process, and share information, massive opportunity costs build up as individuals, governments, and private businesses miss out on the valuable insights that data has to offer. One of the coolest ways that IoT improves our lives is through the usage of crumbs, small packets of data containing your own unique identifying information. Throughout your day, as your IoT device says hi to other devices, they'll leave behind crumbs as a parting gift. Crumbs allow for paperless identification and payment, and help the government manage human and vehicular traffic. Crumbs let you see where you've been so that you can see where you should go. Want to start leaving crumbs right away? Don't worry, crumbs are enabled by default. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. Hold on, something else? Terms? Uh-oh. Evidence, okay. Pill organizer. Common brand of pill organizer found in the victim's grasp. Contains a number of prescriptions and over-the-counter medications, including immune adjusters, NSAIDs, and tripexazone, prescribed to reduce moderate to severe discomfort arising with mod sensitivity complications. The The case's clasps are surprisingly difficult to open. No place. Nothing that points to anyone except my client. Well, I've done more with less before. I don't like that it's search terms. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. UI problem. Oh no, that's gonna kill me. ARCH data. Augmented reality crime scene data from the victim's apartment. Lossless capture confirms the following. Victim was shot from the doorway. No unexpected DNA present. No unexpected crumbs present. No unexpected fingerprints present. No evidence of digital tampering. Oh boy. Please go away. Thank you. Nice. Okay, good. Not much more. I'm really gonna have to sing for my supper this time. Better get start. Who the hell's messaging me at this time of night? And that old school house dig. I like the song names. First person who comes to mind is, I suppose it could be something. Fred. What couldn't wait until morning? Good news, of course. Got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way of telling me you violated parole. Well, not that kind of job. Sides have been covering my tracks. This is something different. Kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and a phishing scheme. I need you to sue my gym teacher. Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. Hey, at least let me finish. What do they do? Make me run laps. Not illegal. Let me finish. They made me run laps, even though I said I had a stomach ache. Said, gotta be like youth endangerment, depraved indifference, or some kind of shit. Okay, very Homestuck coded dialogue. Sounds like you've already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time. What's with the blow-off? Nice phrasing. Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. See? Is that your mugshot? I wasn't gonna not get a copy of my mugshot and use it as a reaction. Glad you found a use case. But I'm working right now, so anything cool? Homicide. I like that the little icon of them like wobbles back and forth. Homicide. Oh, cringe. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HBK? Is that the kind of morbid things kids your age talk about? Teens my age, and yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines, old-fashioned murder like Hardy B is like quaint. All right, it's not heartbreak. And why'd you take the job, lol? See the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? Taking up a lost cause, probe knows work. It's pro bono. That was autocorrect. You know they give lit homework for a reason, right? This is borderline concerned nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. Or just a sucker. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing, lol. You should go to bed, Fran. Tomorrow's Sunday. I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow is Sunday. Because today is Saturday. But what's with the Carpe Diem shit? It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You got school in like 3 hours. Shit. Gotcha. Today's twisted teen. So true, Merrick. So true. Repeat offenders may be good for business, but that kid's bad for my blood pressure. Important text message, I take it? Just your typical teenage drama. So then, if you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details. Keep an eye out. Androids and cops. By the way, I couldn't help but notice that you're light on staff. It's 3 in the morning. Are you expecting a parade? I thought there'd at least be a few androids around. Aren't many androids in any police station this week. Not while the brass is renegotiating contracts. Episode 1 seems to have done decently well financially, so they might actually commission some original music for later episodes. Ooh. Is this not original? Royalty-free music. Wow. That's surprising. It fits pretty well. And all the rest. Contract with Noble. This is the second the second VN I'm playing with royalty free music. Then the first being Hotiful Boyfriend, which is why I even recognize Sugar Plum Fairy whenever it pops up. Good guess. Hardly they're the biggest robotics core there is. Spend at least a day. Can spend all day in a center city without leaving their office's shadow. Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here. Saves us some money on shipping, at least. These talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for Noble ads by the end of the month. Even with Noble pushing those warm androids. Warm. Ugh. Might as well call it the adult line. Might see him in bigger departments or out on the patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold, there's no such thing as an android detective. Yet. Yet? Really? Any day now? We'll play dumb. Yet? You really think that'll happen? We already use ads for patrolling, securing the scene, pacifying crowds. Doesn't seem like that big of a stretch to me. You're joking, right? Android detectives? All the pain we go through getting witnesses to talk to us? With your warm personality? Can't imagine. Cop knocks on your door, starts asking questions, you're gonna be put in a bad mood. An ad knocks on your door, calls you a degenerate criminal in a synthesized voice loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. You're gonna start posting shit that'll get you put on a list. Well, we certainly don't want that. Flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyway. Cameras, sensors, satellites, we already get all our facts from machines. Give it a few more years, it might make sense to let machines do the investigating, too. That the union would. The police union wouldn't let that happen. She needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anymore. Details. How about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with? Your client, Carlos Backer Flat, was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m. Still don't know what he looks like, but I have a feeling, based on the fact that I've seen that silhouette before. 8th, 29, 94 kilograms, B-, first degree homicide, civil disturbance ×2, no charges, registered at birth, modifications, industrial, class 4, known affiliates pending, physical, or psych eval pending. Need to remember to hit escape. Using his middle name already. You really do think he's a serial killer. Charge being the first degree murder of his girlfriend, a Ms. Diane Dawn. First degree, that's... Victim Diane Dawn was a 27-year-old agricultural genetics researcher for Peregrine Laboratory. Found shot through the heart in the bedroom of the apartment she shares with prime suspect Carlos Flat. No known connection with previous HK victim. Increasingly rare, to say the least. It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. City's got damn near more cameras than people. So you gotta be really, really stupid to try and get away with murder. Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. So what's that make him? 5 times, and that makes him insane. I was gonna go extraordinary, with extraordinary. Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. But not jobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So what makes you think this was premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? A warm-up? 5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles. Law enforcement process of locating, bypassing authentication, bypassing authentication on, and investigating all of the deceased individuals' online profiles. Digital autopsy, postmortem examination of the individual's electronic footprint, commonly used to seek out possible connections to suspects or other victims. The widely utilized practice has been scrutinized in the past by some privacy advocates. Many victims' families who lack the ability to find, let alone access, all of their deceased loved ones' accounts argue for its necessity. Comparable processes are offered as a paid service by some legal or funerary groups to help the next of kin recover or delete sensitive personal data. At times, these services have been marketed as a defense against data criminals attempting to steal the identities of the dead before their accounts are wiped by state processes. Users also frequently search for grave cobbling, how to stop stolen identity, how to delete dead profile. Damn, look at the implied lip size of our dude. Oh no, oh my god. Shit. Damn, I wasn't thinking of that. Jesus. God damn. Those are fucking luscious. Good for him. Good for him. Good for you, London. Evidence. Oh, nothing new on the evidence. It's just saying that I have something. Nope. Maybe if I click through all of it, it'll... Okay, good. There we go. Nothing for this serial killer. Hold on 1 second. Weeks of digital autopsies calling up and down their online profiles. Nothing. So this serial killer shows his victims at random. They have nothing in common. Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than they all look like cousins. Physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair and eyes, about the same height, comparable weight. Oh, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Couldn't it be a coincidence? If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. You really gonna try and tell me you don't see the resemblance? Young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from the portrait, but I can take the hint. Do you think what, exactly? That Carlos Slat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly he went out and shot 5 other women first? Hey, shoe fits. Shoe fits. Then you put the shoe on the... What sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for killers to displace their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences. Drifters, loners, strangers, workers. He was probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on those other similar women. Or he's just so far gone that he can't tell the difference anymore. It's not the worst theory in the world. It doesn't fit. I want to claim that the previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. If that were the case, there'd have been signs of hesitation, nerves, there'd have been mistakes. On top of which, guns are impersonal, execution shots even more so. No sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing your girlfriend or a lookalikes usually is, if nothing else... Excuse me. A lot less... I'm dying. Carol. Drink of water. That's probably my signal that I need to take a beat. I have been reading for an hour. You ask me. Huh. Interesting. Sorry, I had to. Oh no. No! 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 The fucking eyeshadow too! Amazing! Being caused in the house. Thank you. Slay, London, slay. Timeline. Some time of death was 9 p.m. on the autopsy. Do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? Can't trust too much of what comes out of his mouth. We've managed, thanks to less biased sources. And we're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements. Interviewed witnesses. Sounds eerily similar to real police work. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly from one another starting around 8 p.m. Ooh, took the eye off. There's the Osiris. Neighbors were very clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us all about the happy couple's domestic problems. Everyone in the building knew they'd been fighting for weeks. As you probably gathered from what you saw in the Ark, there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered. Things go quiet sometime before 9 p.m. And then, a gunshot. Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. Net scrubbing, process of macro scraping all unencrypted data in a given time and place. First, the process of scouring all available data posted on the net within a certain time frame and location range for evidence of a crime, an increasingly common technique for police departments, corporate investigators, and, occasionally, public relations firms. While the brute force work is performed by automated dependents, either digital or physical, established human superiors must establish strict search constraints in order to produce usable results. Interest in the practice spiked when Senator Bancroft positioned it as a key pillar of his party's law and order platform. but pollings indicated voters rarely held a strong opinion on the process, and the topic has since faded from political discourse. I'm gonna vocalize this now before we get more evidence to the case. I think pretty strongly, I would say, the game is indicating that Morgan has possibly killed before, likely a previous girlfriend, and gotten away with it. But my only two pieces of evidence for that being that whenever it said that she was a criminal investigator in the beginning, criminal lingered for a little bit longer, and we had that cut in with "if you ask me." Specifically on killing girlfriends are usually a bit less sterile. We've heard from enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time. Right Emergency Services got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was. The silence that followed was pretty universally alarming. Officers arrived on the scene at 9:08 p.m., establish a perimeter, open the front door at 9:10 p.m., and they find your client crouched over his dead girlfriend, his blood covered in her hand, or his hand covered in her blood. The coat the suspect is wearing when taken into custody, taken by lab techs for additional analysis, but initial tests show blood on his left sleeve matches that of the victim. Left sleeve seems like it's going to be important. He's probably going to be right-handed, I assume. Oh no, left-hand fingerprints on it. Yep. Left sleeve, left hand. Which would probably indicate that he shot with the left, because that'd be the one that would be forward. Give me a second. Be back. I'm back. Hello. Sorry about that. Where were we? Oh. Hand covered in her blood. At which point they moved to the scene and the suspect. Sorry, did you say his hand singular? The client's modded, cybernetic right arm. How modded are we talking about here? Registered with PAL 85 ableist? I assume that's a silent H. Industrial grade looks like. Says he's spec'd for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 kPAs, which means a minimum grip strength of, well, basically, crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. Considering a career change? No, it's not that. It's just, why would he shoot with his left? He has a mechanical right. Grip strength, dexterity, low cost maintenance. Best of it and its sister products went a long way towards securing state contracts for Howe Industries. Mods, body modifications, aka mods, is a term that may refer to cybernetic prosthetics, artificial implants, neural enhancement, or any combination of the above. While body modifications have been seen throughout history and across a wide range of cultures, the modern body modification movement is differentiated by a shift from intrinsic factors to extrinsic motivators. Expression or identity, job opportunities. Historically, mods have been classified based on which section of the user's spinal cord the interfacing occurs at, thoracic, lumbar, or cervical. But this system does not account for mods which interact directly with the human brain. The increased prevalence of so-called above-the-neck modding in recent years has led to several corporations and medical organizations proposing their own new classification systems. But so far, none have gained much traction. Users also frequently searched for, can you return mods? Can you undo mod surgery? Best reviewed neural implants 2086. Just, your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the patch back on each time. And here I thought you just had a 14-year-old sense of fashion. Think a cop would cover up her dominant eye because it was fashionable? I actually thought the same thing the first time we met. You what? But getting back on track, that arm has been in the shop for some time now. He can't work without it. Money's got tight. You arguing? Yeah. When did he put his arm in for repairs? 8 days before HK's first victim was killed. Well, no chance he'll be willing to chalk that up to him. The client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver, and no one else's. A revolver? What kind? The old kind. The real old kind. Okay, do mods, do prosthetics leave fingerprints? Because if not, it's very likely that the actual killer just has modded hands and therefore wouldn't leave fingerprints. More specifically, let's see, sorry, I missed that first part. Revolver, what kind? The old kind, the real old kind. More specifically, a Culver M54, 6-chambered 10mm. Culver, on retro. I also had a Ruby. Culver M54 6-chambered 10mm revolver bears fingerprints matching Carlos Backer Flat's left hand with 99.91% certainty. Rifling marks match the bullet which pierced the victim with 99.97% certainty. Rifling marks match the bullet with previous Heartbreak killings with 99.98-99.989% certainty. No matches to any other archived forensic data as far back as 2051. Manufacturer of civilian firearms from showing results for Culver Firearms Inc. 2031 to 2062, when it was thought out by Thortec, an acquisitions group specializing in security and national defense, now a subsidiary of the Lockcoon Defense Corporation. There's no gun, though no guns have borne the Culver branding since production halted in 2060. The once iconic brand was briefly revived in 2071 Q2 with a series of video game memorabilia tie-in promotions meant to increase in-game item sales, before being discontinued in 2071 Q3 for failing to increase in-game item sales. You have to solve the mystery in this one? I would assume not. Well, I would assume that we are going to solve the mystery, but I don't know if that's going to be, like, on the onus, like, I'm the one that's going to have to solve it as the player. Regardless, though, it is fun to theorize as I go. My current theory is that it was definitely some kind of framing must have taken place for there to be fingerprints on the gun, for it to be so open and shut. So I'm wondering what the case might be. If the victim was taking... Victim's grasp. Into a number of prescription and over-the-counter medications, including immune adjusters, NSAIDs. Reviews monitor severe discomfort arising from mod sensitivity complications. Cases clasps are surprisingly difficult to open. So, surprisingly difficult to open leads me to believe that maybe it's designed to only be openable with the modded hand. So the implication seems to be that it would have been Backers, or Flats rather, that's his last name. And he took it to deal with discomfort and phantom pain from his modded arm, then why would the victim be holding it? Do we know if she was modded? Connection. We don't have any information on whether she was modded or not. Okay. You don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin, and no tags. No tags? How is that? Just how old are we talking here? Yeah, 24/7 location data, timestamp trigger pulls, safety's coded to owner biometrics. For the past 3 decades, tags have made shooting crimes very unambiguous. So you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes. How else do you think he could have gotten away with his 5 other times? If he tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the very first psych test. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update withdrawal sets in. So then M54, that's model year 2054. 30-year-old gun. Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it? In some ways, sure. But pre-tagging firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country. You were still compatible bullets. Ammunition would have to be over 30 years old, too. The novelty of his weapon has kept us in the dark so far. Now that we have our hands on it, it's going to put him away for good. Archives department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig. With the protocol they found, techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with. Rifling marks? Bullets fired from guns that old are marked by the barrel's shape. So if all 6 bullets had the same rifling marks, we know that they were all fired from the same gun. It's not as plug-and-play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. And if that's not damning enough, spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber, not even needing to reload. Culver your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that. Untagged gun, just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes. To summarize, then, Sumari, you believe that my client fought verbally, then physically with his girlfriend, and then he retrieved this weapon and shot her? Yeah, pretty much. How did he look when the officers found him? Guilty. How was his affect? Quiet, attached, stiff. Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner. That reaction may have lost him points with the cops. Beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual. So long as the police are suspicious of you, no right way to grieve. Heartbreak. Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. Ooh. Heartbreak killer. We encountered an issue while processing your request. Hey there, it looks like you're trying to search for a term related to an ongoing investigation. Until authorities have made their findings public, results may be heavily curated or temporarily unavailable. Read more about how... That's interesting. That's really interesting. Less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobatics trying to piece together a story. Yeah, top 11 theories on who hurt HK was a real weighty read. Not just journalists, though. All kinds have been emboldened. Freaks that HK's managed to bring out of the woodwork in just a few weeks. Can you blame him, though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with... We know what he's gotten away with. Take a look around us, detective. National DNA registry is robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, phone on every citizen. Violent crime at an all-time low and clearance rates at all-time highs. But, you gonna spout some alt-pol bullshit about invasion of privacy? No, I'm not. People are safer now than any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along... Good point. London is trying to look like he can laugh it off. Pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need, to see someone charged. And that makes them predictable. Oh, interesting. Although I think electronically locked or tagged guns and ammo are a kind of fun concept, I feel like there'd be a strong underground market for simple conventional alternatives, and the military would be too afraid of information warfare shenanigans. Someone has played Metal Gear Solid 4, I see. Yeah, well, even if there's nothing standard about HK, Department SOP still dictates we starve the media for case details. That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get. We can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place. Why is that? Because none of the shootings were caught in the opt-in crime surveillance system. Ooh. Optics. The opt-in crime surveillance system, abbreviated as optics, opt-in crime surveillance, that's nice, is a partnership system between the state and private enterprises that allows for free sharing of surveillance and security data to better promote and preserve public safety. Accessible through state employee logins or private partner accounts, Optics Smart UI allows users to search through and collate footage from a city of tens of millions in just a few simple keystrokes. Optics is frequently cited in state reports as one of the most effective tools for reducing crime, and footage from Optics often serves as key evidence in criminal proceedings, where it is considered admissible by default. See People versus Irawad. Users also frequently search for public safety measures in my area, daily security level. How's that even possible? I know there are some rough areas in the lower wards, but Optics is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once? You think we'd have let him kill 6 people if we did? I understand your concern, ma'am, but Optics is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance system signing up to feed into the state security network. Not perfect, just another name for one of many public security tools in our belt. It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent. One would hope so. Fat chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this wouldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions. It's like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. Patching out those remaining holes takes effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved. But the end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts, and the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict. But those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You need to be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city pub data. They'd have mentioned if my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. This file says he's modded for heavy math manipulation, not tech interfacing, so that just leaves city planning. But does he work construction in the city? HK's only ever struck at times and locations where optics will be down. Even with the devil's own luck, can't possibly be coincident. Wait, so you're saying when this woman was killed, yeah, there was a blackout from around 8 to 9 tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak. And it included the area surrounding the victim's apartment. Well, what about DNA for the other crime scenes? My client a match? There's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect DNA in any of the crime scenes. No footage and no forensics. Also no motives, tampering, or witnesses. Been like hunting a damn ghost. We didn't even have a murder weapon. Until now. Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue. Scanners, cams, drones, forensics. No matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't. Only reason we even caught him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along. So, was my client on the list of suspects before tonight? Was she listening? There was no list of suspects. Questioned some X's, a few CIs, someone even spoke to 1 or 2 enlisted at some point. Nothing came of it. There was talk about starting some kind of psych eval or something, but I never expected much to come of that. It was just not enough to work with. In other words, Sumati, the only thing they could have to link my client to those killings is the murder weapon. If I can jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think? Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. DA's the one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly going to have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt. And why is that? Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk. Yeah, that'll put a wrench in the works. Well, that's unexpected. I'm sorry. You're now telling me that he wrote a confession. Has it been verified? Not yet. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front of that line. I'd bother. Notes covered in his fingerprints. There's a copy of the discovery data, but it should warn you. It doesn't exactly make for light reading. I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. Oh ho ho! The articles were a tutorial. Alright. Alright. I assume the articles are a tutorial. It's going to ask me to come to a conclusion here, maybe. Or at least I hope, rather, that it asks me to come to a conclusion after reading this, because it's using the same UI. Sorry for everything. Can't say or do it. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Not, sick. Want any of this to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to at first, but I was hurting. Wanted you to hurt too, but I didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough. I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me. That was difficult to read. Fairly legible, in fact. Well, got a spin on that? No need. But it's a confession. Not a confession that he signed, though, is it? Not yet. And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation. Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer, and got you. Guess you're both lucky. Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. But I'm not so flush with work that I can afford to turn tail now. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go and speak with my client. What? You're not still handcuffed in there, is he? Look, counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual. And that's for your safety as well. It's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. He's killed 6 women. None of them were redheads. She's got a point. She's got a point. She doesn't fit the MO for any of them. So, seriously, though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off, if you don't mind. Mic's on or off is your call, counselor. We'll be watching the feed from right outside in case anything happens. And the cuff, that is, stays on. That worried about me? How chivalrous. Yeah, my armor's practically blinding. Gross. Start up the unlock cycle. Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I'd suggest you help him sign that confession. Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show, detective. I mean it. 6 people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state bad. That's a capital crime if there ever was one. And even if the death penalty is not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not going to like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person, and it's being challenged before the Supreme Court. Yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe. Just remember, a plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but if it keeps him from, well, that's probably a win for your client, right? Now that we got a little break, let's read that. Virtual work release. Oh, gotcha. Hey there. Due to ongoing controversy following the suspected suicide of inmate Jay Galley, search results for this term are temporarily blocked. Pretty good to block that one in the middle of this moment, actually. Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty. That much is true. Save the courts a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful to a heartbreak killer. Anyone convicted for killing 6 people, they'll never rest their minds another day in their life. Oh, I'm into it. I'm liking it a lot. And this feels like the perfect time to take a quick 5-minute break. Been reading for a while, so I'm gonna get some water. Everyone else should get up, stretch. I'm sitting this whole time. Make sure to stand up and just walk around a little bit, pace. Get a snack, brush your teeth, all that jazz. Back in a few. Alrighty, let's get back to it, huh? Oh man, I'm really liking it so far, chat. I'm having a very, very, very good time with it. Did you get some holy water? Does bathroom sink water count as holy water? It gets the job done. Did you bless it? All water is blessed. So keep up. Go back to it. Praise Pistress indeed. Depressing as hell in here. They need to liven this place up. Carlos flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. Got a lot to cover. Took the jacket off. I like the little... I don't... Usually these are like a side holster. What are you... Look, I already told you people. I didn't... Not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it. I'm a lawyer. You're a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. You're a lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you. Yeah, well... Oh, I actually let auto on. They said that too. All of them did. Back there, in here. Kept repeating the whole ride over. They said that they were going to help me. They knew this was all a mistake. Then they said that I killed, acting like they were on my side. They thought that I could have, It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine. I'm here now. Sleeve guard. I love sleeve garters. I don't know what these are, but I like them as well. Still in shock. I need more information, but if I approach this the wrong way, I'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. They're not suspenders. They're not suspending anything. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions. Police already questioned you, I'm sure. But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client. Okay. So what do you want to know? About you. Let's start simple. Something mundane, grounded, rote. I'd like to know a bit about you first, Carlos. Something like, what line of work are you in? I'm with city engineers. Or I was, or should be. As I thought, police must be convinced he mapped the optics blackouts using data he stole from work. My arm, I got it slotted for the job. Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. So what do I know? He works in city engineering, not a desk job. Reyes said he was modded for work, and that arm is in custody at the moment. But based on his shoulder, did it have to be pretty utilitarian? Let's say utilitarian. Utilitarian, yeah. He doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of one. Young and the restless and the rich, swapping in neon and chrome limbs because they like it the way it looks, the way it makes other people start looking at him. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. He doesn't get the flare eyelashes treatment. Wonder why. In which case, I should be too. You know, my brother wanted the mod. Really? Really? I don't even have a brother. I figured, yeah. He had everything planned out, whole career path, the promotions and bonuses and the upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present. Test results politely informing him that he's, quote, not a viable candidate. Sucks. I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off his chest. Like he was glad that he didn't have to choose. Does that make any kind of sense? Like he was, yeah, glad that he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense? Yeah, I think it does. I always figured that if I'd start at all, I'd start small. Hand or an eye, test the waters. Never thought about lobbing my whole damn arm off. Fruiter was enthusiastic. He said, because of the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources. Of course, that got shit canned. Now me and every other modder is royally screwed. Couldn't even let me keep the tax credit. The New Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended, not repealed. But I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at the moment. I work the tighter spaces, the high volt environment, mostly canopy upkeep. Typical stuff for modders. Speaking freely now, don't need to do much more than repeat his words back at him to keep him talking. But the right word choice here and there can still make a difference. You work on the canopy, you must be strong, good with heights. Under a lot of pressure. Must be under a lot of pressure now that the subways are cordoned off. Damn straight! This crap with Long, one word got out in the case against him was real. Every desk job in the chain became terrified of the shadow, of their own shadow. All of them convinced that internal affairs are going to come knocking if they misplace so much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving, no room for engineering. Yeah, and no patience for screw-ups. Trying very hard not to look at his shoulder. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos? Yeah, that. Rejection issues, starting last month. A lot of sleepless nights. Rejection. Did the therapy not take? Mod therapy? Body mod therapy. The process of adjusting the human mind and body for the unique challenges and stresses that come with cybernetic body modifications. Typically includes physical therapy, mental technique instruction, and sensitivity training. Stuff like this is really interesting to me. The idea that, like, your human body is just so used to the configuration which it is, the human brain is so used to the configuration with which it's designed for, that even something which functionally serves the same purpose but does not have the same wiring would be, like, rejected by it in some way, unless you found a way to rewire yourself. I always think that stuff is really, really cool to think about, especially when it comes to future tech and functional prosthetics. It's likely not true for the record. Humans fucking love to adapt to shit. I don't know. The rejection is most likely going to be physical. Yeah. Brain just so used to those nerves existing, it makes you think you still feel them. Yeah. Phantom pain is a terrifying, extremely interesting concept. It's a shame Jelly never played Human Revolution, so we won't get any. I never asked for that. I literally have played Human Revolution. I got like 60% through it and stopped playing because I don't actually think I had a reason. I just stopped playing one day and then could never get back into it. Depending on an individual's viability, or lack thereof, medications and even minor viral tuning might be employed to modify the body's immune response, but improvements made in recent years in medically sterile alloys have greatly reduced the percentage of patients that require such treatment. So I have so much money. Have y'all heard of mirror therapy? You can convince your brain an image of your arm as your actual arm. It's wild. Yep, I have seen House MD. Therapy not take? It's not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my sockets or anything. Then, do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars? Not in the way you're thinking. I'm right-handed. Yep, that's exactly what I was expecting. Exactly what I was expecting. So the cuts on his face are shaving? Never thought this would go on so long. I'd have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small, trembling, but then spasms. Just oversensitivity, they said. An easy fix. But the problem got bigger. Couldn't let it get that far. You need to be able to trust your own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment, and people could get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm. How can you shoot with his left hand? I will say, I'm right-handed. I shoot left-handed. Granted, I have not shot a gun since, I want to say, I was in, like, God, it must have been, like, middle school at a scout camp. But I do shoot left-handed. Now, and again, granted, that's going to be with a rifle that is, what is it? Like, mounted on a stable surface. Not a handgun like this, assumedly. So there's going to be a lot of potential differences with that. Yeah, I mean, it's not really comparable, but I guess that's an interesting fact about me. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm, watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line. Where did you turn it in? It's a mass turnaround chop shop at the waiting list like you wouldn't. Doesn't sound like you're a happy customer. Hell no! Found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times. But as long as I'm renting and owning, the manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance. That's why I'm sitting here with this expensive-ass stump for a shoulder. Successes at its sister products. Submitted 5 weeks ago at the HAL Partner Lab Prosthetic Adjustment Clinic. Average waitlist duration of 40 business days due to user-reported sensitivity. Okay. Haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I got 2 working arms again. Didn't buy or rent a replacement yourself? Just in the meantime, I serve at the pleasure of the state. They've got exclusivity contracts with Hindi, all locked up white knuckle tight. Hindi? How Industries? How Industries is the world leader in research, development, manufacturing. And we're hiring. We're seeking motivated and passionate archivists, programmers, salespeople, and college graduates with degrees in digital archaeology, cybernetic anatomy, and more. Sponsored. How Industries? As I recall, he's registered with one of their ableist models. It took one step on site with uninsured tech. Get the fines. I'd lose the down payment and my arm. I'd never work in the city again. This was last quarter. Maybe I could have worked something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck out for anyone now that Long's in deep hot shit. You mentioned discomfort. Canopy Airports, worn shoes, firm beds, dislikes cabs, musicals. Oh, this guy's fucking guilty. Cashews. Birthday's coming up soon, though. Flower, poppy, student debt, sizable, luck, 4. How's a guy like this gonna afford an antique gun, let alone the ammunition for it as well? Mention discomfort. Pain will come and go. It's the itches that'll kill you. Phantoms come back pretty fast when you don't have anything. Phantoms, assumedly meaning phantom pain. Pain or discomfort the brain experiences as coming from an amputated part of the body. When stimuli stop coming from that part of the body that's no longer there, the areas of the nervous system that were previously devoted to processing those sensations reconfigure themselves to still be of use. Occasionally, the brain mistakes this new sensory processing as still being associated with pain or sensation from the amputated limb. Because of the large mental element at play, therapy for phantom pain reduction necessarily involves psychological conditioning and often the use of prosthetics. Phantom pain has been more widely experienced and understood as a result of the spread of the body modification movement. Debate over whether the modder scene has increased or decreased public empathy for amputees and the disabled remains contentious. Did you mean phantom visions? Phantom visions are caused by faulty insulation on cybernetic eye mods, resulting in periodic electrical discharge across the retina. Schedule a consultation immediately if you suspect this applies to you, which is also frequently searched for. My mod hurts, modder itching, is my arm haunted? Arm shaped attached to me. Didn't they give you something to, well, wear in the meantime? Telling the clinics to lend out for cases like this? What they gave me is a deadweight, 3-jointed, landfill bait piece of shit! Sorry, it's a very shitty feeling. Having a part of your body that you know they cut corners on. It fits, it's compatible, technically. They can slot it in and feel on balance again. The fingers don't even bend. Quick twitch motors are way off. Like walking around with your arm asleep. Dead. So were you wearing it when... Probably you were arrested. Were you wearing it when you were arrested? No, I wasn't. But I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence. That's a rental. An affordable model, customers frequently cite issues with finger articulation and quick twitch movements. Records show Carlos Flat was provided this model while his ableist is being repaired, but he claims to rarely wear it. Currently in police custody. Can't have gotten too far. So Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm only, because at the time in question, he didn't even have a right. No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up about as well as can be expected. This has all just been a warm-up for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other? Right. I've known her since college. Shared a few classes, some friends. Always got along. Eventually, we just got together at some point. Guess I never actually asked her out for the real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly. Diane, she was in genetics. Focused her studies on agriculture. Always takes him a few tries to get used to using past tense. Just finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired right out of the gate, practically headhunted. Believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company would be lucky to have her. It was a real ass job. Got paid real ass money, too. So her career was starting to pan out. Right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired? Peregree Laboratories. I say that like the name matters. The whole setup's under Harco's umbrella. Doesn't narrow it down. Harvest Corporation grows a third of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any of it. Now, no corporation earns the mega prefix without being a little throat-cutting. Harco is about as tame as a big business can get. Predictable like the seasons. No one's gonna buy that they had some lab tech motive, quote, because of corporate greed. How's the game so far? Very, very good. I'm really, really enjoying it. I'm having a great time so far. Has she adjusted well to her new job? Yeah, they loved having her there. She never mentioned any arguments or disputes. Corporate politics getting rough? I don't think so. Not like I'm a good listener lately. But I never got the impression that she... Look, no one I know could do this to her. There's nothing she could have done that would deserve happen to her. It was a long shot, hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. With no other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I'll have to disprove their argument entirely. Thank you, Carlos. It was very helpful. It was? Now, I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened. Oh. Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are important. Alright, Miss, Morgan. I'll try, Morgan. When you're ready. We were arguing. Does she have a last name? Notably, no last name. We've been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. I haven't been working, haven't been making money, haven't been pulling my weight. Just mad at myself. More than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over goddamn money. Reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m.? 8? Yeah, it must have been when it started. Got into it and I said a lot of things I shouldn't have. Said one thing that I really, really shouldn't have. Crossed the line. So I left. Left? Yeah. Walked out the front door. The fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh. Humid. Thick like. While I was pissing away the time, Diane was... Did you bring your phone with you? Or any other electronics? No. Kind of stormed off. Didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me. Optics down. Traffic and street level cameras won't help them. That leaves. Did you go through a checkpoint or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything? Cash or credit? No, I... in a vending machine. Not even a damn vending machine, huh? May have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? I think some of Jelly's more muttered words are getting squeezed off by the mic. Probably. Let me move the mic a little closer. Sorry. That's quite unfortunate. I just wanted quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I don't have all the details quite right. My head is... But if my exact route would help, Cam's probably... What? What is it? Optics was what? Can that even happen? And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning you've got no alibi. This can't... Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't... Carlos. I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. Let's just get it all out there and see what we've got to work with. Right. Now, you said you left to clear your head. So what made you come back? Came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. Didn't know what it was. Loud. It scared me. Came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first.
At some point, I must have started running, because when I got back, I was so out of breath. When I saw that, front door was open, something dropped in my chest, and my lungs wouldn't. You live on the first floor, right? Yeah, first floor apartment, street-facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in. Some kind of big deal. In the hallway, I saw her, but I didn't realize... I never thought she was... Lights were off, the whole room was a mess. Thought we'd been robbed, or she had fallen, or it was broken glass, furniture knocked over. She was... I called her name and she didn't move. I checked her pulse and she was still warm. Blood was warm. I saw a gun. It looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real. That way you picked it up? What? Pick it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it! Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies, bad lies especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie, but it can't be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive. None of this works if he doesn't trust me. Stay up to date on the details of all evidence by checking your phone. If your client notices that you don't know what you're talking about, they'll stop giving you any credit. You did touch the gun, Carlos. That's just a fact, because of your prints. The fact that your fingerprints are on that gun. She's so normal, I love her. Right? So normal and definitely hasn't committed a murder? What? But I didn't do this. I wasn't thinking. I was just... Carlos. All I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's it. Or that's all. Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun? That explains how his prints got on the gun. Not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, all I did was hold the gun. So stupid. I know what a gun looks like. Seeing it in my own home, right in front of... You were in shock, Carlos. You still are. Police came in sometime after that. I don't remember much of what they were saying. Things started moving fast, it seemed like. The rest of my night went probably the way you'd expect. Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane. You said you were surprised to see the room trashed when you got back. To clarify, you're saying that you two never had a physical fight? What? Physical? We never fought. We never fought like that. Did the police say that we did? They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred. Considering what Carlos has told me, what else did they assume? What is it? I'd like you to take a look at something for me. Crime scene. Oh. It's an AR module built from data taken as the police entered, so... Right, it's just data, Carlos. No grisly details. Okay. Let me see it. Take your time. Alright, I think I've got it. That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place. Alright. I'll take notes. You just say whatever comes to mind. I like this. I like this a lot. I'm really, really, really fucking into this right now. I'm fucking digging all of this, man. I don't remember exactly where everything was, but, well, the mirror was upright, of course. That clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point, and the bed got tossed, and the cushions torn. The urn fell. Other than that... No, sorry. That's all that stands out to me. Let's see. Like so? She's so talented. What's wrong? Something out of place? Carlos, you need to trust your instincts. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up. It's just, I guess I just assumed you would be making edits. Your notes would be making edits to the AR. Well, I suppose that works too. Bro, look at my lawyer. I'm going to a correctional facility for the rest of my life. Sorry, I didn't mean... I think your drawing was pretty good, considering... I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos. Right. Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk. Letter? What do you mean? I mean this letter here. Do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession. A confession? But this is just a note to self. Pardon? Look, when we fight, I lose my temper, say things I don't mean to. So this morning, I tried writing things down so I'd have a script to stick to. I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her. Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them? I broke her fidget tubbies. For what? For what? Fidget tubbies. Alright, yep. We're wearing our Ace Attorney inspiration on our sleeve, baby! This is exactly the kind of shit I was expecting. Let's go! She might not be here, but let's go! Maya Fey bullshit, ahoy! They're these collectible ceramic character things. They're supposed to be like tactile, you use them as paperweights or conversation starters. Conversation starters? She loved these little things. They're not worth a damn. You can buy them at any flea market or garage sale, but they meant a lot to her. Obligatory. Did you yassify him? No? Okay, of course. Yes, naturally. What do you mean obligatory? Merrick, what do you mean obligatory? We're a completely distinct entertainment entity here at the JLE streams. This is not streamer approved cross-pollination. He's not even wearing his shirt. You really do just use me to see what sort of lewd bullshit you can get away with. I'm hurt, Merrick. I'm hurt. Not worth a damn. They meant a lot to her. I broke them. Fidget tubbies. Last statement. The mirror's upright, clock on the wall. Chair got knocked over, the bed got tossed, cushion's torn. Fidget tubbies, collectible and fragile ceramic conversation starters. Oh, which is probably not the glass shards, the debris. Because they're ceramic debris of indeterminate origin. These are ceramic. Victim's personal correction was pulverized by Carlos Flat's replacement prosthetic arm the morning of the murder. Evidently, an acquired taste. I only support streamers who use emulators with pirated ROMs and binaries. I can use legal software at some point when I need to play PlayStation 3 games, maybe. I mean, I was pissy at the time, but that goddamn piece of shit rental arm. I hardly know where I'm swinging it half the time. I got so angry, I just ripped it off and tossed it into my room. Cheap, dusty, worthless. Okay, let's say he did break her Fridge A duckies with his replacement arm. Fridge A Frigiduckies? What? That change? Nothing at the moment. Not enough detail in the note for me to prove that was intent when that was his intent. He sat down to write it. But if the police insist on claiming his confession for the heartbreak killings anyway, couldn't even bother to sweep him up. I felt so... Alright, Carlos. Thanks for answering my questions. Alright, so I'm making the connections I should be in this Ace Attorney tutorial case. I'm going to call the police back in here, and I'm going to get this cleared up for you. What? That's it? Since we're on an Ace Attorney roll, Hero of Law, and Ocarina of Time ROM hack. I'm just gonna, like... It sounds interesting. However... I am a machine that turns simple download processes into Trojan viruses. Okay? You need to understand, I'm an idiot. And I will, unless directly supervised to the click, find a way to fuck it up. So I'm just gonna we're just gonna cool suggestion, thank you. Nuh-uh. Let me give that back real quick. Let me just review requests. Rip, now I have to play it myself. You're pawning your backlog off to me? Is that what this is to you people? Honestly, not a bad idea. That's it? That's it! Oh, okay. Although, before I do that, I do have to ask. What do you know about the Heartbreak Killer? Oh. Heartbreak? I mean, that psycho that was trending all month? I mean, just anyone, I guess. Haven't been getting out much, but I'm sure everybody's on edge. Guy like that out there. Shoots people. Art, right? Police have kept the victim's appearances far away from any upstanding news sources. Something tells me that maybe we're the Heartbreak Killer? So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend. I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that's just... doesn't mean anything, does it? He's this slow on the uptake, it's gonna be a real shock when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. We'll just have to squash that theory as quickly and definitively possible. I didn't realize you could smoke in here. Technically, I can smoke wherever I want. For a fee. Guess so. Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock. Right. I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this. No, of course not. It will be my first homicide defense, though. Oh. Why does everyone always think the first time is so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up! I've got relevant experience in other areas. Oh. And, what areas are those? You ever gamble, Carlos? She definitely has relevant experience in homicide, is my guess. And getting away with it. No, ma'am, I never go anywhere near loot boxes. Touch the stuff. I meant more like playing cards. Oh, well then, no, not that too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck. Could have fooled me. I love this phrase. Could have fooled me. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun. Okay, so, you have a good poker face? I like to think so. And are you lucky? Only when the stakes are high. And, in this metaphor, we're playing poker. State's the dealer? If only. No, the state's more like the house. You mean like the house always wins? Yes. They're very good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there, and we're down here. That's why they're the house. So, what do? We play the cards we're dealt as best we can. Win more hands than we lose. Keep it up, and eventually, someone will come over, tap the dealer on the shoulder, and whisper something in their ear. And then we'll be politely asked to leave. Doesn't sound very triumphant. The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like, don't lose. Thanks, Morgan. I guess I was more asking, like, what should I say? Just leave all the talking to me. Yeah, don't say shit. That's the strategy. What's up? You know, there's a saying about gamblers with strategies. Yo, ready to confess yet? Because I already woke up the DA. Already? Must be. District attorneys have final say on whether or not a case is brought to trial. Only fair, since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long, protracted trials. They all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then, you'll have to call them back, because my client is not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here. Right. Don't say shit! Shut the fuck up! It's Shut the Fuck Tuesday! Shut the fuck up Tuesday! Shut up! Just don't say anything! What she said. Got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generations, I guess. Before my time kind of thing. I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective. Counselor, we have your client's written confession. His written confession. Let's start there. Okay, well, we'll be happy to. Thrust of every argument starts with the facts, what's already known and agreed upon. Pride Month's over, you twink, shut up. It's Pride Month 2, I've decided. Pride Month, the squeakquel. Public knowledge for every player at the table. Pretty simple, counselor. Real paint-by-numbers stuff. See, we found a notice at his apartment with his fingerprints on it, apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. How are you planning on spinning that? Those are the facts. I've been building up my hand all night. Now I've got the weapons to answer anything they try and throw at me. Well, my client did write that note, and it was an apology, but not for murder. He was apologizing for, analyze the facts as they're laid out, then thumb through your responses in your hand. Drag and drop the card that best answers the argument into the slot on the right. You can mouse over your opponent's portrait for a reminder of what key point you're answering. He wrote a confession. Debris. Near western window. Yeah, it would be the debris. It's interesting that it's making me make the connection. Like, it's assuming correctly in this case that I have already made the connection that the ceramic debris must have been the little, what are they called? Fidget tubbies. Is that what they're called? Fidget tubbies? Yeah. Instead of tutorializing it a little bit more by having it say like, oh, he was apologizing for the fidget tubbies, and then there would be another interaction that's like, hey, what the fuck is going on? Although it's probably going to be the inverse, where it's asking me to say he's apologizing for the debris, and they're going to be like, what the fuck would he apologize for the debris for? And then I would say, because they're the fidget tubbies. New information. Currently in police custody. He was simply apologizing for this. The hell is that? I found myself asking the exact same question. What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene? This is a diagram of the room. It's created from the data you captured, right? Your non-GMO augmented reality crime scene data, yeah. It's non-GMO. Not much these days. Alright. +2. Notice anything out of place? Yeah, the whole room is full of busted shit. The scene of a murder. Full of busted shit, for sure. But I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found in the western side of the room. Hell is that? Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from the vase that got tossed. Yes, the vase that's in perfectly fine condition. Actually, that's not possible. Oh? Because that vase wasn't damaged. It's not possible for the debris to come from that vase. Because that vase is still pristine. How is that possible? Oh? Hey, buddy. Remember what I said about shutting the fuck up? Try and rack your brain to recall it. Lady at the garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. Yeah, but the one time I try and thrift shop on my own. Well, so what? What does it even matter? The vase doesn't have a scratch on it. And the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote the apology over. Saying that confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am. Because that pile is all that remains. Because that pile of rubble is all that remains the victim's collection of fidget tubbies. And what's your just what he said? Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident. And this impassioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology. Prove that? We're taking this seriously? Much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote that note. And we can all plainly see that there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now, since that wouldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles. Simple, right? Again, this is the kind of thing that in Ace Attorney it would probably have you, like, logic out in the first case, just to make sure you have an understanding of the mechanics. And so I think it's a little... I don't know, bold, maybe, to assume that the player will make that admittedly very obvious mental connection. Hell are you on about? The entire room was trashed, and the arcs clearly shows. Those fidget tubbies must have gotten pulverized during the struggle, too. You really gonna claim he sat down to write an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down? Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that, and there's proof. That would be found in Flat's room in a sheet of handwriting. Well, I mean, it would have to be the rental, I would assume. But I'm not exactly sure how that would... I guess it's just, you're going to explain that that's what happened. But just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody. Huh? One swipe of your finger should show exactly how devastating it was to the Fickle Buddy ecosystem. Does it mention being covered in ceramic dust? And I didn't read that. No, that's the other arm. Flats rental. Records show Carlos Flat was brought to the waddle while discarded frustration after smashing into the victim's collectibles and hasn't worn it since. Doesn't make mention of it having debris on it, but I suppose that makes sense. I like this contextualizes evidence presenting in universe with AR because in Ace Attorney, it was always a weird concession that Wright just pulls shit out of his pants or something. A little bit, yeah. One swipe of your finger should show you exactly how devastating it was to the Fickle Buddy ecosystem. It's fidget tubbies. Whatever. You did take it into custody. I'm sure your techs found ceramic debris on it, yes? Now that you mention it. Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm while he was killing her. Happy? Overjoyed, because even a cheap arm's got an operating system that had logged the last time it was worn, right? Right. See, I happened to spot a footnote in the lab report. It said the rental hadn't been used since the AM. Whose side are you on, old man? It's gotten pretty late, sunshine. Just trying to save us all some time where I can. Well, thank you for your service. Well, thank you for your service. Okay, I like the interplay between these two. It's very fun. Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how scrawled, how panicked that note is. You expecting me to believe he was that upset over a fidget tubby collection? One that hasn't even been graded? Setting aside Detective Reyes' surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles. You're correct. They held no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss. But so what? So what? After all, that's not panic you're seeing on that page. No, the only reason the note looks the way it does, is because Carlos is right-handed. Yes, I am. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something? So the reason why the note looks like Asylum wall scribbles is just because he had to use his left hand to write it. I tend to think better writing than typing, and I need to get used to using my left anyway. I just thought it would be good practice. Taking that into account, alongside the ceramics, your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet. It's pretty good. That's a pretty good fucking analogy. I like that a lot. That's nice. Good wordplay. Congratulations, counselor. You've established that your client's remorseless. Now, let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to a big old goddamn gun. That just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right. That coat is... What? You gonna claim it's not his, but he actually wears an extra small? She's trying to bait me, in her typical low-key fashion. As the arguments flow, you won't always have the stronger hand. Sometimes the best you can do is hold your tongue and avoid overcommitting. Try to lose as little credit as possible while you wait for a more favorable chance. Good expression there. She must have something. No sense playing into it. Something you'd like to ask me, detective? I'm just curious. What'll it be next? I'm assuming this is, pressing. This is analogous to pressing as opposed to presenting an Ace Attorney. Just curious. What'll it be next? You gonna tell me he actually wears an extra small? You telling me he actually wears an extra small? He doesn't wear an... Okay. Yeah, Reyes would be fucking stupid here. Okay. Sort of like pressing, but with a little extra space. So stay. He doesn't wear an extra small. Check. Interesting. Gee, Carlos, do you? No. Yeah? Sure there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention? There's no evil twin. Yeah, obviously there's no evil twin. No, I'm afraid not. Not even gonna go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime? To prove his innocence, I will need to go there eventually. But going there now without hard evidence... I can prove a third party. I mean, this feels like the tutorial showing me that, like, even though that's what I'm going to have to prove, I don't have anything that I can use currently to prove that that's the case. He has no alibi, and there's no specific evidence that doesn't tie him to the struggle. So I would have to stay. I can't prove a third party yet. I have no evidence of a third person at this time. Damn right you don't. It's clear as day in the arcs. No evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. To keep dreaming. It was obvious he had something there. I wasn't going to win that hand either way. At least I didn't overstep and take any more damage than I had to. I like that. We're not contesting any of that, Detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene. This is episode 0 of the Devil. Which was not smart, hey, but not illegal either. That's all? He had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did. Right. Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way? Lad finished with them a while ago. What are you getting at? It'll be easier to just show you. Would you mind getting them for me? You know what? Sure, I could use the fresh air. This thing's some bullshit in here anyway. I'm gonna guess that there's not blood splatter on it, which might be indicative of, like, you know, being close enough when the gun was fired, and rather it's indicative of someone reaching down to touch the blood. Thing's some bullshit in here anyway. Especially if he's firing with a gun. Why would he be close enough to get blood on him? Why would any blood be on him at all if he's using a handgun? Here, I thought the room smelled like... Morgan, what are you doing? My coat's covered in blood. I remember that much. Doesn't that, like, make me look really bad? Relax, Carlos. Pretty sure that's impossible. You're innocent. And that means that having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you. Really? Really? Not really. Plenty of innocent people in prison. People with bad luck, or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing. What was it that it reminded me of? Alright, here it is. Suspicious. Suspicious. I get the feeling maybe he quote-unquote solved the case she committed a while ago. And there might have been something indicating it. Maybe the smell of her cigarettes. And here it is. One blood-stained jacket fresh from the lab. So what's your angle? You gonna tell us this is actually just hot sauce? No. That would be silly. She actually thought it over. What the hell's your point? Hey. Sorry, just got thrown off by a turn of good fortune. What good fortune? You should thank the detective for bringing you your jacket, Carlos. He's just proven your innocence. My client was arrested for wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart. By the gun that happens to be an old-world, pre-tagging firearm. And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter. Is there a gas leak in here? In what world does that make any sense? Sense happens to be the key here. I just need to draw their attention to what they can smell, feel, see. I'm assuming they would be able to smell gunpowder residue on the jacket. Maybe. No, I don't know. I can't remember if gunpowder residue is a smell or... I don't know enough about crime forensics. You can feel what you feel on the coat with your hands. You can see on the coat with your eyes. Or you can smell on the coat. I think the game is leading me to smell. Because it was making a point of having... What is it? What's his name? London smell something. Blood on that sleeve matches the victim with 99.9% certainty. No other details. Any forensic significance found. Could also be smell because you can't smell fresh blood. That's true. What am I looking for right now?
Am I overthinking this? I think it would be smell. Just do me one favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dried blood. Yeah, bingo. Exactly. The coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell of cigarette. That's what I've been smelling. Yes, Detective London. I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation? I've been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket? If you would. Let's see. That's good. I like that a lot. Guiding the player to the right choice there by establishing it previously. That's nice. Huh. No gunpowder. I'm glad we've got McGruff the crime dog on this one. What? What about gunpowder? Or what about gunpowder? Oh, I don't blame you for not noticing. This was before your time. You can't be more than a few years older than me. But not before your partners, it seems. See, gunpowder is weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff, hard to store, prone to misfiring, and when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence. How is she talking about London? Modern firearms like the ones we carry use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure or sound waves. They've got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise, and they don't leave behind any residue. Gunpowder residue. Talking my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave any digital traces. But a revolver like this one, it'd leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days. But then his coat. If you don't trust your noses, you can check the lab reports. I think if they had found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they'd have taken the time to highlight it. Well, whatever. That just means he washed off after shooting her, or he changed his clothes. That's not impossible, but it would be pretty pointless. Huh? His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when you officers found him. Would he really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue? Just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flat is facing. As soon as possible. Whoa. They're faltering now. Should topple over at any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them, but that gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So if it looks like he never actually fired the gun, I'll admit, things were a little dicey there at times. But once I was able to grasp the situation, smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Okay, so when do they update the autopsy report? Not my cleanest work by far, but overall I'd say... Did she get a message? Uh-oh! Did Gumfuck not tell you? Wait, did they actually manage to find it? Something you'd like to share, Detective Reyes? You're good. Twisting the truth into knots. The facts work for you. Thanks. Your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found the cam active at the exact moment of the shooting. And right now, staring at a photo of the killer. Want to bet? That's good. Photo of the shooter. If she had that, we wouldn't be talking. We wouldn't still be talking. But I doubt she's just pulling this out of her ass. She got something from the scrubbers. Raise, she must be bluffing. She must have something. She must have something. I'm not sure I follow, Detective. Didn't we establish earlier that there was an optics blackout during the shooting? Yep, play dumb, let's go. Sure, there was. This isn't from optics. Oh, I see. Good thing I held my tongue. Oh, okay. So, I was going to lose something no matter what, but because I checked, I lost less. As I thought, scrubbers must have managed to dig up something from outside the network. Which means... Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this. Well, okay, the quality is lacking. And yet, there it is. They managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? No, the scale their tools operate on. I guess the chances are, as always, in their favor. The killer was the Loch Ness Monster the whole time. That's obviously Bigfoot.
Hmm. Hmm. Could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are, well, it's a little bit blurry. Don't look at me. I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. Also, the clock very clearly in view. Technically, no one took it. It's like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone, probably venting about how the crazy couple across the way was acting. But their phone was on, its camera would be on. And so we managed to get this shot through the window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted, and so compressed it looks like it's from another century. So there are tools that could enhance this image any further, and I could count the pixels on one hand. And you could kiss its admissibility in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image. There's no way in hell that you could get this past a judge. Yeah, you're probably right. We couldn't. I think I know a DA that could. Either way, doesn't seem like your client's leaving the police station anytime soon. Photo. What is happening? Think I know a DA that could? Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. Left-handed shooter, photo evidence. Okay, let me look at this. That doesn't look like a revolver to me. Nothing like a revolver, as a matter of fact. But, no, actually, that's not even, like, close. Actually, this is possible. Yeah. Photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. Who do we know that had their left-hand fingerprints all over that gun? You're referring to my client. You think? We've established he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight. You can kind of see a right arm there, but difficult to tell. So he must have shot with his left. Yes, and we've also established that he's weak with his left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever. Forensics will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and when you finally get where you're going, you somehow end up dry. But that doesn't mean it didn't rain. All of which is to say, before judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test. Carlos is innocent. I know he is. That photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. That photo is real. If both are true, that means the photo doesn't show what it appears to show. So, at a loss for words? Never! I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from, exactly? Exactly. Positional data is usually only accurate to the nearest public router. We DN on the phone's owner and ask them where. Don't bother with any of that. Ballistic and common sense tells us that the perp shot from the room's doorway. Front entrance of the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious that it was taken from across the north window. North, crime scene map. There's the north hallway facing... Okay. This is from the north, and why can we clearly see the... Okay, so it's getting the shot through the mirror. Yeah. Yep. Because the mirror would be upright, they'd be seeing it through the window, it would reverse it. I've already got the shot on the line on the other street, so we're looking at the bedroom from the north window. If she's wrong, I should seize the opportunity to start turning the tide. Yep. I'm afraid that's simply not possible, detective. This photo has been taken from the west. What kind of bluff is that supposed to be? The good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative. How do you mean this was taken from the west? The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. Your officer's ARC's data tells us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. And now the photo you've shown us, your photo has shown us the exact moment of the shooting, and you can now raise the ante on a hand up to the current max. Answer wrong and you'll lose more credit, but answer correctly and you can bank up more credit for trickier hands down the line. Altogether, that tells us that this photo must have been taken through the west window. As long as you consider... mirror was upright. It would have to be this since it mentions the mirror. Just take one look at the clock in that photo. Clock? What about it? Clock, huh? Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it to keep my tempo high. Photo was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong. You fucking idiot! You fucking idiot! He's wrong, the time of death is correct. That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer's no. The autopsy, the clock, and the neighbors all agree. The time of death was 9 p.m. Right, no mistaking that. Then what the hell were you on about? The clock on the wall in this photo, analog style. And it reads 9 o'clock. 9 p.m., time of the shooting. What's so special about that? Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time the clock reads, but do you remember there being a clock in the room? What? Actually, I don't recall there being a clock. Or I don't recall there being a clock. Makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock, because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked onto the floor. And the only clock in that room is on the northeastern corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall, like so. What the hell is that supposed to be? An artistic rendition? It's, very distinct. If you had information about how the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add that to the arcs and show you my hand? Just because discovery law compels us to share info doesn't mean we have to play fair, detective. We're the one updating the autopsy report? What a turn! Oh, man! Slipped my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing is, if that clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred, then this photo must be looking through the western window to see it. Yep. Oh, I was thinking it was mirrored. Don't start. Are they going to... Well, Yeah, no, it would have to be. It would have to be. You're getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m., the same time that this photo was taken of the shooter. Do you want to claim that the clock's still on the eastern wall when it would have been knocked down during the fight? Got your logic backwards, detective. Your precious photo shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell, which would be... We're going for it. See, the room was trashed before the shooting. It was trashed before the shooting. If the shards fell onto the victim, it would have to be after the shooting. Glass shards? What about them? Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body. This is really good. I like this a lot. This is an incredible recontextualization of, like, the usual Ace Attorney mechanics. The pace and tone are really, really wrapping me in. I'm loving this. And not under it. If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that would mean that she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards? Shut the fuck up Tuesday, buddy! It's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes? Other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds. So what did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That this was personal and things had gotten complicated. Shit happens. Shit does happen, detective. But in this case, it seems there's been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened. So what if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards? He still shot her. We have the photo right here. And I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence. Huh? Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult. and maybe more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger, because the man in that photo can't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it can't. Glass shards prove that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And we know that until the room was tossed, that clock was on the eastern wall, which means that this photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Back to this shit, that's impossible. The only hallway in that apartment runs from the north to south. The only person with prints on that gun is your client. And the only fact that matters is that he used it to murder 6 innocent people. You're a very honest person, detective. Excuse me? That's why you're such a shitty gambler. Played your cards too early. Now I can steal the pot from right out under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But what we aren't looking at... But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo. What? What we're seeing is... This is a photo of the shooter. We're not looking at the hallway. Is now when I say... I need crime scene map. Okay, here's... In shot for 6 weeks. Flat replaced right arm for work. Victim stand-up mirror, not digital. Worthless ceramics, smashed by Flat's arm. Optics, no cans at the time of shooting. Flat may have known. Flat's girlfriend, 6th HK victim. This is a photo of the shooter. It's pretty well set up spatially, but unfortunately spatial reasoning is my weak suit. Where's my evidence? Did they update the VR layout? Flat statement? No. How long do you plan on streaming today? Probably around 4 hours. Not sure as vase debris. ARCS data. Alright, I'm having trouble following. Hold on. Your weak suit as in cards. Nicely on theme. Thank you. I am, as ever, a man of gambling. Proving that one of my clients... Photo. Glass shards prove that the room was pristine at the time of shooting. No, until the room was tossed, the clock was on the eastern wall. Which means that this photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Only hallway in that apartment runs from north to south. The only person with prints on the gun is your client. The only fact that matters is that he used it to murder 6 innocent people. You're right about the hallway's orientation, right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives, but we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo. So we're not looking at the hallway. How do I know that's not the hallway? And if it's not the hallway, what else is it? I think you figured out what it's asking here kind of early on. I'm assuming that it wants me... Here's the problem that I'm running into right now. I assume it wants me to say the mirror, and we're seeing a reflection, which is to say that even if this was a photo, even like whatever's going on here, they would have their... It appears that their left hand is raised, but actually it's their right. It's on the eastern wall. Okay, here's the problem though, because if it is reversed, would the clock not be reversed as well? Would the crime, like, that would change the time of the crime, no? Or at least
Yeah, that would change the time of the crime. Am I overthinking that? Am I thinking about that wrong? Please tell me if I am. Wouldn't that be good for you? I mean, like, in universe, it would be good because it would change everything and it would all be different. But, like, me solving this, trying to figure out the correct piece of evidence, I'm looking at that and I'm viewing that as a contradiction, and that possible contradiction would mean that this might be the incorrect thing to go for. But as it stands, it feels like the only piece of evidence that would actually contradict this being a photo of the hallway. Although, this is a photo of the shooter. Clock on the photo is near the mirror, not reflected in the mirror. Oh, okay, yeah, that's right, that's right. Yep, that's not the doorway, that's the mirror. Okay, I see. Wait, is that how that would work? Because, hold on, where would the mirror be in that case? And what angle would we be seeing it from? It was on the eastern wall. Would that mean that it was... here, then? They'd be seeing it from that angle, I assume. Right? Either way, I know the correct piece of evidence that I'm supposed to present, so... get fucked. That, you trying the glass shards again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? Yeah, sure, they came from a standing mirror. The mirror that, at the time of the shooting, stood across the room from the western window. But then that would mean, at that angle, from that viewpoint, it would reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer take aim with their right arm. See, but then wouldn't the clock be wrong? Because it would be 3 instead of 9. And, as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. So then, is the clock broken? That's definitely going to be the next thing they address. The only part of this that's the mirror is the big rectangle of light. It's a photo of the clock and the mirror, not the reflection of the mirrors. Okay. That's what I was thinking, but the fact that they flipped the entire photo made me believe that... Yeah, okay. Alright. Gotcha. So this is the mirror, this is actually just the wall. And the reason it looks like the hallway is because it's the mirror reflecting the light in the ceiling. Okay. My client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. And even if he did, it doesn't have articulate fingers to be able to fire a gun. And even then, it wouldn't leave fingerprints. So I meant what I said about that photo. I'm glad that it was recovered. Because it just proved that my client couldn't possibly have committed this crime. That should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Sunk cost has got its teeth in her now, clawing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. The cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever. The impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. Lucky for you, Detective. I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. That's one word for it.
Then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary, my client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with these facts, you've received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting. And instead of utilizing said photo to track down the real killer, you tried to claim it depicted my client, a man without the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. He could have had a backup arm. He could have stolen one. A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. Also, we are going really loud right now. It's getting late. Time to bare my fangs. A bit. Damn, it's really fucking loud. Holy shit. That the best you've got? Even a bare bones prosthetic off the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. He'd have to bring it back to a clinic, which would have left his record on his shoulder, a record on his shoulder OS, a record you won't find. And he'd still have to somehow have gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of a violent crime calls for full spectrum scanning of an entire building and 100 meters around it minimum. So where, Detective Reyes, did he manage to hide his cybernetic arm from your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest? Oh, well, any objections? Detective? God damn it! Oh, that's fucking good. Oh, that's fucking good, man. They're making the most of it. Holy shit. I'm fucking loving this. Show me your hand, flat. You're uncuffing me? In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you. I gotta call the DA. Tell her I made a mistake. Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know. Detective? Lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger. She just fought like hell for you. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. Yeah, that's kind of you to say, Detective. My work is its own reward. Time for a cut-in? No, I really need the fucking money. Sure. I feel exactly the same, counselor. What happens now? I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork we'll need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. Congrats! You get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact. Yay? Okay, yay! But what am I supposed to do? The detectives will continue their investigation. Investigation into heartbreak, huh? Yes. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to the next of kin. And then you can make funeral arrangements. No, that's not what Anne being gone is bad enough. Serial killer? She died of the flu. Happen anymore. People die of the flu all the time, but I know what you mean. Can't make sense of it. So what am I supposed to do? Hell if I know. There are some contacts I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors. No, you've done more than enough for me. When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself, to try and convince them that I didn't. You saved me. Thank you. Your voice cuts out a bit sometimes. I'm going a little low. I need to move the mic closer. That's on me. You're welcome, Carlos, but it's my job to... No. I mean, thank you for not asking. For not asking if I killed her. Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all... Yep. The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place. Easy to find, hard to miss. But the blood's always different. Flowering stain unfurled towards an invisible sun. Just real quick, I do want to say, even from this photo, I could tell they were wearing gloves. And that sleeve looks a little distinctive. Flowering stain unfurling towards an invisible sun. Perfectly unique bloom, only one for each of us. A Rorschach test with singular universal meaning, vitality at its climax. Bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite the end. The comical thud of the body hitting the floor is its own kind of lowbrow appeal. Bullet number 6 is 6. Gun's empty. It's useless to me now. May as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but whatever. Finding the ammo is almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. I could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash. Cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. Moping around in the dark in here must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did she think I was her boyfriend, back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? Can't ask her now. Hey! Yeah, you hear that? These old pieces are so goddamn loud. Read that profile? Oh, man. Nice. Heartbreak, AB, criminal defense attorney. High places, gambling, guns, dislikes nosy people, mud, headphones. Hobby, batting cages. Favorite dish, mapo tofu. Cannot carry a tune. That's nice. Also, I'm just gonna turn it where this, there we go. People aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know to run the other way. Probably roused half of the neighborhood, but I didn't see anything I could even use as a partial suppressor on the way in. Could they really not afford some throw pillows? I used the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces, small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Cramped places, usually full of trash. This room, cheap as it looks, is at least clean, organized even. The corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except, there's shit on the floor. By the window, it's broken pieces of something fragile, tacky. It's fine. It's just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. Kick over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5 perfect crime scenes. Each of them not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. The final shot, there just has to be some pile of shit in the corner ruining everything? I kick the wall. Something falls from it. Probably more tasteless bullshit. Toss over the chair, knock the urn. Tear into the sheets with my frustration and try to savor the shredding. Can't be clean. I'll just have to lean into this messy angle. At least it'll be consistent. This was all so stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on the humility. Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down with single shots? Yes. But so what? I'm not made of stone. After all, after that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but ugh. Heartthrob killer? Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business? All the threads and breakdowns and the goddamn theory crafting, and all for the heartbreak killer. Sounds like a soap opera villain. Or a season where the writers were on strike. I feel insulted by the label, but no, that's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, socially incompetent loser who shot 6 people because... well, I'm sure people will come up with something. Then he got rejected 1 too many times or whatever. Me, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. And I've killed a lot more than just 6. At least the room is thoroughly trashed now. If I just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. Now, it doesn't match the MO with the last 5 perfectly. It'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 50 minutes in the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. The air's weighty tonight. Thick. Energized. Heavily foreshadowed summer rain I can feel on every hair. They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. Warm tension on your skin. Like in those short moments just after the shower turns off and the steam lingers. Yeah, it's always most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that. But I know I've never felt guilty about any of this. I walk. That's good. That's good. I like that a lot. Walk as in walk free as well. Sorry, using my left is still. That's okay. You can just initial in these spots. I took a scenic route home, courtesy of our fine city's sprawling public transportation, and got in a bit after 11 p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching, made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 a.m., a posting for public defender work came up. Decent rate, since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer, and enough debt that he'd need to be provided one. Gamble. Gambler, how to start gambling, how to bet sports on phone. A gambler with a system must be, to a lesser or greater extent, insane. Ooh. I think that was a cutoff line earlier. A gambler with a system must be, and then it cut off. I'd wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have had enough sense to ask for a lawyer, and enough debt that he'd need to be provided one. All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning. Okay, where else? Here and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take a job where I already knew more than the cops? It would have been easy to convince Carlos to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same, too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was, of course, innocent, so his conviction would never be airtight. There would be doubts, questions, appeals, maybe even fans, depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes. More headaches. Cold case rotting in the very far back of the public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now, with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now, heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and out of mind like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with the case this intimately does have its risks. Hell, I might have even overdone things here or there. Like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room, just to make doubly sure I didn't still smell of gunpowder smoke myself. That's fucking cool. Nice! That's really fucking cool. Hell yeah! Oh, that's fucking good. That London fellow seemed more fixated on it than I would have liked. But obviously everything turned out rosy. And it's worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities failing from the best seat in the house, that's just a bonus. Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful too. Oh, I'm sure she is. Funny, I didn't even know her name. Something the matter? No, sorry, it's just... I was mad when I left the apartment. I know she was mad too. So when she died, death was instantaneous, Carlos. Can't imagine that she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground. No, I know, but I just keep thinking that she must have died angry at me. She must have died hating me. Ooh. Doing an Ace Attorney? Do I have evidence? Oh yeah, no, she had the pills. There we go. Tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself. What is it? Something I noticed in the ARCS data that I didn't quite understand. Piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. Maybe you can make sense of it. Oh, it just has the one. Interesting. What is... Where did you find that? Pill organizer was found on the victim. She had it grasped in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to the ARCS, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. Seems like it contained trixazone, prescribed to help modders with phantom itches. I recommend you read this game's store page after you're done. Wonder if you'll keep playing as her? Most likely, yes. You could just not get it, so it's locked dialogue instead of an actual choice. Interesting. They're small tablets, and those are tricky clasps, too, for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died. Even if they did, feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, and sad all at the same time. But as far as the facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medications for the week. My eyes, anyway. Good. That's really good. That's extremely fucking sad, but that's really good. Long night. It's too far just now. Practically rubbing it in his face. It's not like I care about his feelings. Not I'll ever even see him again. But overstepping like that is pure hubris. And hubris invites a downfall. But why? Why did I even bother? It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. I'll just need to show more restraint next time. But there won't be a next time for heartbreak. The gun's in custody. There's no more bullets left. There won't be a 7th victim. There won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next MO. And no one will ever found you. Ooh! District Attorney Rockford. Sorry, can I try that again? So fried. Teehee? By all means. Oh, she's cute. Ugh. Counselor Morgan. Morning, noon, or night. You're always so put together. Thank you. I don't get it. How do you sleep at night? Pardon? You do white noise? Aromatherapy? Whatever you're doing, I need to steal it. God. Must have bags under my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters. Assistant District Attorney Emma Rockford. She's a prosecutor, the lawyer who argues for the state in court, trying to prove a defendant's guilt. And despite her sometimes unkempt appearance, oh no, she's a fail girl with glasses? Yeah, I was wondering what Boulder was going to think of this specific design. She's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know. I haven't beaten her once. Worse yet, she has the remarkable ability to compartmentalize all that adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's part of what makes her good at her job. Okay, so this is our Edgeworth. There will be extremely unnecessary feelings in the future. And hard for me to read. Should I buy a new mattress? What do they got you doing at this ungodly hour, Emma? See? Coffee, toffee, haute couture, sunburn, dead pixels, eye strain, eggs, Benedict, plays, chess, shogi, idle savant stars, cat person, yes. Weight not listed as well. Oh, well, actually, I'm here for you. Me? Your client was a suspect in the Heartbreak killings. That's my case. Ooh. Well then, you must have been relieved finding out that you wanted to go to trial against me. No? Why would I be worried about going up against you? Oh, get fucked. Get fucked. It's always the unintended barbs with her. So you're working with those detectives? Yeah, London and the New Girl. Reyes. They've been reporting to me in preparation for the trial. Preparation for trial? That seems vicious. I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little. Hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So Reyes told you they had HK in custody and you popped out of bed all excited to run down here? Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours. The little twinkle in her eye. Too much on my mind. So when I heard about the case of the single female victim shot through the heart, yeah, my ears perked up. That's about all. Oh? I mean, Carlos Flat, serial killer. Same serial killer that's outsmarted the state for weeks. He's not using his middle name. He was found with a murder weapon, but I can answer that in any number of ways. It could have been Flat. Carlos Flat, Heartbreak Killer, revolver. No gunpowder found. How am I trying to answer this one? Because this one could just slip through the cracks. It's possible. I think it would have to be, assuming that we have effectively proved that this is right-handed. I would have to say this one. Probably the most definitive. That may be true, but then I glanced at the report. You glanced at it? No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes, right? Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note. Whatever it was about. His dominant arm modded with documented sensitivity issues. Never could have made shots that clean. Not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. Not to mention, he's too tall for the ballistic entry angles. And probably too heavy to not leave imprints. Oh, damn, okay. She's serious fucking business. Okay, alright. She got all that from a glance? But I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed all that out the minute you walked in. Of course. Worst part is, she's not even being sarcastic. Yeah, of course it couldn't have been him. Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, so not the type to bottle things up. He didn't match the profile. Profile? Yeah, Right, sorry, you've probably never heard of it. I know what a goddamn profile is. A profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on evidence from their crimes. Trying to get your dating profile just right can be a full-time job. Let Valentine... Yeah, this is... this is completely wrong. Kind of fallen out of fashion in the last few decades. Not much needed to guess about the why when 99 times out of 100 the who is caught on camera. Or before they even leave the house. I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. But I think I'm getting the hang of it. Ask about Heartbreak's MO. Well, at least this Heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon. He didn't lose it. He chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. That just makes it even more certain that these aren't his only kills. Were there other shootings with the same MO? No, not that I've found. Other victims that fit the description? No. But I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, these 6 victims all look like each other, but they also look like a lot of people. That's true. Hell, they kind of look like me. Oh ho. Do they? Yep. Yep. That's where I knew this was going. Sure. What, you don't see it? I hadn't thought about it. Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice, Morgan. And that's why I think Heartbreak is a misnomer. You got something catchier in mind? I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets. 6 kills guaranteed, no matter what kind of life support mods they were packing. The real signature isn't the bullets or the gun, it's the perfection. That's hard to wrap your head around. I'm saying these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up, a mistake? Exactly, a mistake! They got too clean, too efficient, now they've got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed. Talking about the crime scene? Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right? Based on what you said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing. On the contrary. I don't follow. This was the last bullet, their last shot. The other 5 were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum. Oh, she's got us dead to fucking rights. Make them sound like a child. Childish and cowardly. And two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win. Profile tell you all that? That? No. That part's just... takes one to know one. Interesting. So this profiling, it's some kind of investigative technique? The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it. This is a weeb game, right? No, not particularly. Ace Attorney-esque. Is this just gender-swapped Death Note? That's a little closer, probably, yeah. Stabbing, overkill, points to passion, rage, lust. They probably knew their victim. Poison and guns, meanwhile, suggest they can't overpower their victims physically. And then there's the things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal records, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of recurring themes in the stories. Detectives say HK doesn't leave a lot of evidence. So how much can his crimes possibly tell you? That he's diligent. Almost perfect. Highly intelligent. Painstakingly... That's how that's written? Painstakingly? I thought it was painstakingly. That's not right. Painstakingly organized? With enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm. Rare to see her this animated outside of the courtroom. Almost like she's enjoying herself. A sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time. Lone wolf, educated, but all her playful, lethal instincts coming to life. Probably overqualified or undervalued. Though I'm not thrilled about the fact that in this metaphor I would be the... Know what I mean? Definitely! And considering the marksmanship, the detective said that HK would have needed insider information on optics. The dash is wrong, but it is indeed painstakingly, not painstakingly. I thought it was all one word, no space. Painstakingly sounds like an Undertale character. So does this mean that heartbreaks in law enforcement? Never in 10 billion years. Oh. Antisocial, independent, despises authority. That'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. He'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation. Right, that's exactly how I'd put it. There must be some connection to the police, though. Maybe secondary or tertiary. These types can't help but insert themselves. Insert themselves? Do not... I don't do anything even resembling that. Wait, if HK's not a cop, how do they know about the blackout timing? Crime metastatistic analysis. Probably. Pardon? Take the emergency response times across the city and map them out. Look for brief spikes and delays, chart out the dips and... Sorry, technical, I know, but all the requisite data is publicly available. With a map, a spreadsheet, a calculator, anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to. That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. So, to summarize, Sumari, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless, perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type. In a city with an 8-digit population, well, good luck! I don't need luck. I only need more information. Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources. No, Morgan. I mean, I need more crime scenes. Oh. Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch him. Only way to my net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies. Not a very fair trade, is it? No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given. Deal with the devil. Oh ho ho! Fair enough. Okay, so I'm just gonna call my shot right now. She's also insanely, wickedly fucked up. Which is to say, she's not in this shit for justice. She's in it for the love of the fucking game. She's in it for the hunt. And so, she is not saying, oh man, if, like, no more bodies started piling up, you know, if there were no more crimes, I wouldn't be able to solve it. To her, that would be like, fuck, that sucks. I really wanted to solve this. To her, she's coming into work every single fucking day, hoping, oh my god, I hope there's another body. I can't wait for more pieces of the puzzle. She loves this shit. That rant was pretty morbid and detailed. I need to get out more. Sleep more. I think her and Somnium would get along. Or sleep less, but harder. You think a higher thread count would help? Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more present than having to face you in the courtroom. Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So no hard feelings, yeah? Ooh. Heartbeat. No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do. I could use a cup of coffee. Did she say it out loud? Yeah. On 10. If you fall asleep face first on the table, I won't even be able to take a picture. Okay. Just don't expect it to make a difference this time. Make a difference next time we're at each other's throats. Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation, and the police will have moved on to cases they actually stand a chance of closing. What people do. But Emma is different. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it. Never finishing, but never quitting either. I can afford to take my eyes off of her. So I can't afford to take my eyes off of her. As long as that's the case, I may as well try to enjoy the view. Yeah, tell yourself that. Tell yourself that. You love-struck dumbass. Oh, hello. Ooh, Android. Which means you're going to be living with my friend for a while. For how long? Sorry, I don't know. I love her design. Does she have a barcode for the shine on her hair? Don't need to look that upset over it. Face barely moved. May as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Give me a second. Yeah, like that. This friend of yours, trustworthy? Absolutely. This game has good fur trim jackets, and I love a good fur trim jacket. You're exactly right. This coat fucks. In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on. It'll be fun. Really? Really? Educational, too. I think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan. Credits. Art and direction by Evil Little Evil Little Bug. Oh, that one got a snort on the first laugh. This fucking Evil Little Bug. Yeah, I guess an Evil Little Bug would make something like this. Programming by Patrick MCF. 3D modeling by Air Renders, maybe? Like Aaron and Renders? Air Renders? Environments by Patrick MCF. Air Renders. Written, directed, developed by Brian Mulholland. Volunteer playtesting by Griston, Hugh J, Maxi, Sadie Virtuous Varmint, S. Thumbbutt, Thomas Colamander, Wee, I think, Zenons. Special thanks to Adrienne. At Alter Links, I think. Exuberant. Kill Jill VT. Motto. Man Monks. Special thanks to Dev Talk. Philly Game Mechanics. Our friends and family. You, the player. You gotta have you, the players, in there. Oh, it gets brighter if I mouse over it. Full attributions avail. At ofthedevil.card.co. Made with Unity. Nanny Novel. Do Tween. Or Dotween. Pro Builder. Shapes. A game by Nth Circle. Of the Devil, Episode 0. And He Shall Appear. To be continued in. You're the smartest person I know, Morgan, when it comes to people. Personally, I think it's cool to bring someone like something that flawed into the world. You're a criminal defense attorney and we're at a crime scene. I think I can guess what happens next. I've never stolen anything that wasn't already compromised. Brian, your face is exceptionally round. Ooh, I like her. Work hard and the company will have you set for life. And after, too. Can't tell you how many musicians I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. I like his design a lot, too. Damn. That's not just a lawyer job thing. You dress like just like a doorman on the weekends, too. Compared to determining fault, determining cause of death is like a breath of fresh air. Ooh. Forensics analysis, maybe? Robotic arm? The company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Can't hope to keep this quiet for long. But it's a million times more likely than the alternative. That Heartbreak could ever stop themselves from killing. Father said that you owned him. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. When I take a job, never half-ass it. Of the Devil, Episode 1. An idle line is the devil's plaything. That's a really, really fucking good Episode 0. Episode 0 results. This is so much fun to watch. It was so much fun to play. I can't wait for Thursday whenever we do episode 1. Assuming that episode 1 would be around 4 hours as well. 2 of 2 articles. 6 of 6 profiles. 18 key terms. 17 pieces of evidence. 36 total credit earned. Episode 1 is full Ace Attorney case length. Nice. Congratulations! You finished episode 0 with 36 credit. You've also unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on your highest score for episode... Let's fucking go! I love concept art! Nice! That's not fake hype. I fucking love concept art, man. I love it so much. You also have 36 remaining store credit to spend on phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit you finished this episode with. Concept art? How does that hair work? That's good. This sketchy style is nice. How do I face hide UI? Very nice. Are these... What are these? Is something different between these? Oh, the ponytail is different. Gotcha. So... Okay, gotcha. Cool. And then they went with the more updo-esque style. Turnaround. I like this style a lot. Very charming. I especially like having the black fill-in and then define it with a couple colored lines. So it looks to just be a shoulder holster of some kind. For fashion, assumedly. Which I think works really well. I really like that look. 3, 1. Okay, so 3 piercings and then 1 on the other. Nice. Reyes. Looking a bit more cocky in the concept art than he does in his actual model. Looking very cocky in that pose, actually. Yeah, some of his cockiness really mellowed out in his final design. Interesting. Short-sleeved under there. I really like her. I like Reyes a lot. I'm also a big fan of this shit. Belts and straps and the thigh holster. I like that a lot. She's extremely date coded in terms of the... Like, you can tell Somnium was an inspiration for this game. Having the heterochromia with the cybernetic eye is nice. And the eye pun with Osiris. This game wears its inspiration on its sleeve, and I quite love that about it. I need to learn how to do this. All these turnarounds and character sheets and stuff like that. I find this stuff really, really charming. And I would love to be able to make it for my own characters. I need to just learn to simplify and stuff like this. I think when I get to trying a turnaround, I think I need to fill it with so much stuff. Or a character sheet like this. But it really can just be something like this. Where you have the sketch, more developed sketch, and then final design. His design's cool. I like that he has the entire shoulder brace as part of it. It's not just a prosthetic arm that sockets in. I like that a lot. The way that tech looks in this game is very interesting. First full body sketch. A lot more disheveled. I like that they tied the coat around his waist. Something about that always looks more like workmanlike. Here she is. Here she is. Love her colors. Hair's nice and messy. I could stand to learn to do that as well. Looking a lot more put together in this original concept. I really can't wait to see more of her. I like her a lot. Full turnaround. Although, you know, Jelly likes the chubby girl. Oh man, what a fucking surprise. Who would have guessed? Who put their bets on Jelly liking this character in particular? What a fucking shocker. Go right home real quick. I'm sure they're all surprised. I would have guessed this was literally my pitch of the game to you. Gotcha. CG sketches, nice. Title screen, detectives, Flatten Morgan, raise to feet. Oh, I didn't even notice that they had shots in parallel. That's cool. Interesting. This is why I fucking love concept art, man. Getting to see the mind or like the thoughts behind the final product is always so fascinating to me. This is why I love developer commentary so much too. Stuff like this is a genuine delight every time I get to see it. I really liked whenever we were playing the Prince of Persia games, if any of you were there for way back when, that they had special features and stuff like that. This is truly some of my most beloved like inclusions in any game or any piece of art, really. I love seeing concept art and sketches and the thought process behind it. Pre and post credits. Nice. Heart fake killer. That's cute. That's really cute. I like that. The chibi is really nice. Little Morgan in a coat. I know, right? Very cute. This design in general is nice. The streetwear with the cap and mask looks good. Prince of Persia behind the scenes is great. We learned the backstory behind the tattoo and everything. I know. Genuinely, that was a delight to learn. And then Android. She's just called Android. I'm not liking the gladiator sandals. This concept art is extremely cute. Oh. Inverse of Morgan's colors. Ooh. With the little thinking face next to it. I love this shit. I think this designer really likes jackets. Maybe. I don't know. It could be possible. Are these part of her final design? I really don't like... I mean, I would assume they are. They're pretty consistent. I don't like these sandals. Interesting. Yeah, and her hair is kind of consistently shaded like a barcode from the looks of it. Do I have anything past that? I assume those are from the next episode. Bonus scenarios? Oh! Okay, so we've got a little... Alright, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we will delve into these, and then we'll call that a stream, I think. Or do we want to save this to start with next stream? We just hit 4 hours. What are we thinking? How long are these going to take? Do you know, Truth? Because if these are like, you know, a quick couple minutes each, these should be a couple minutes each, 5-ish minutes each. Okay, yeah. If it replaces Elden Talk, oh, buddy, listen, I can multitask. Not well, mind you, but I can. If that's what the people need. All right, we will take a quick 5-minute break then, and we will return and see these bonus scenarios, and then we're good to go. So, back in a hot minute. See you then. Take a break, stretch, get some water, all that jazz. The stream is awesome right now. Thank you. Honestly, genuinely, thank you. That means a lot. Glad you're having a good time. Back in a few. Great music for break, too, right? Nice little lo-fi beat. Alrighty, back to it.
Oh. Morgan is very fun. I'm loving this game, chat. I mean, here's the thing. You know I'm loving it. I am not someone who is really capable of hiding their feelings, which can be for better or worse when it comes to streams. As I'm sure we've really seen the full swing of things in this and the last couple of streams. That's for certain. I'm loving this. This is really, really, really appealing to me. It is this like delightful combination of all the best elements of Danganronpa. I was gonna say, I meant to say Ace Attorney, but for some reason my brain was using Dungeon Meshi, which is not at all what I'm seeing here. But a lot of Ace Attorney, very obviously a lot of Ace Attorney, but with very different tone and delivery, which is nice. And of course, definitely seeing a lot of influences of Death Note with the main premise. So there's a lot that it's pulling from, and it wears its inspirations very proudly on its sleeve. And it's doing so exceptionally well. It very much understands the appeal of these characters and of this gameplay style, and, shall I dare say, of the devil. Which doesn't make any sense, but give me 1 second. Sorry about that. What was I saying? But yeah, it really understands the appeal of these things. My thoughts were Ace Attorney distilled to the good bits. Yeah, I would say so. Although, Ace Attorney always starts with the good bits. So, the hard part about Ace Attorney is always following through over the course of multiple cases, right? Which it's been known to falter in a variety of ways as a series, as it keeps going. The charm of Ace Attorney is the absurdity. This seems more grounded. I don't know if... The absurdity is definitely part of its charm. You're absolutely right about that. I don't know if I necessarily agree with this being more... Well, I guess it's just the degree of absurdity and what kind we're working. But either way, it's off to a very, very strong start. And mechanically, it understands the appeal of Ace Attorney as well. With the raising and holding being more similar to pushing to get more information, and then you're actually able to object in that moment. It's giving you a more concentrated version of that back and forth, where the raising and holding is more like you're going through the testimony, and then when you're actually countering a claim, it's less like you're looking for the thing to object to, and more like you're in that moment where something needs to be objected to, you know the claim, and you just need to refute it. I think it's actually pretty good at being its own thing. Absolutely, yes. The tone is very different, and the delivery is very different. I like that you can raise the stakes or lower the stakes if you're more confident. It's interesting. It's really, really interesting, and I'm very excited to see where it goes from here. For now, though, let's check out these interviews. We're going to just go down the list and end with Morgan. The whole concept of defense attorney in a surveillance state is so cool. Absolutely. And killer defense attorney in a surveillance state, even more so. Because then it becomes, I assume, what will probably be the case here, which is you are not only trying to, quote-unquote, solve your own case, or how can I put it a different way? In Ace Attorney, the question is always not only how is my client innocent, but also who actually did it. And so it seems like the who actually did it in this case is going to be substituted with I'm the one who did it. How do I get my client free of charges without indicating any suspicion in regards to my part in it? How do I turn this case cold? It's not how do I solve it, it's how do I stop anyone from ever being able to solve it. Which is really, really cool. It's like solving the reverse of the mystery. You already know how it actually went down. You just need to find a way to essentially lie by omission in solving the case. You want to interview me? Very flattering, but aren't there more lively folks around here for you to question? I'd consider that. But I'm not your first choice. You're the first one who hasn't walked away. Come to think of it, I should probably... So what are your 3 sizes? Okay, it's very Somnium Files right now. You've been opening with that? Should I not? Do you have any pets? Afraid not. We'll need 1 or 2. Or 3 promotions before that kind of thing. Are pets that expensive? Only if you care about them. Maybe if I found a place closer to the park. Have you ever owned any automated dependents? Not at the chance. Would you own one if you could? Maybe one of the little vacuum ones. Anything more complicated than that is... If you find the owner's manual intimidating, there are video-based tutorials I could show you. I have a feeling that this is probably Android. I'm not worried about the easy use, don't worry. When I say complicated, I mean... It's like what I said about pets. Fine to leave a goldfish in a tiny bowl. The time it takes to swim half a lap, it'll have forgotten what the first half looks like. Not a very tall hierarchy of needs there. Easy to please. Cat? Dog? I don't want to be at work thinking about how bored they are sitting at home. And today's ads are a lot smarter than dogs. About most things. A very thoughtful perspective, Detective London. It's a moot point anyway. I need to get hit by a city bus to afford any of the new stuff Noble's selling. I like it. No, you're thinking of the sheltered generation. Sheltered as in sheltered upbringing? Or shelter in place? There was a lot of uncertainty during their childhood. So when they grew up, they wanted surety, safety, stability. Wanted to know that the heat would stay on in the winter. And their politics reflected that. But that was all before my time. My generation is a little more... Generation Zen. That's what they called us in their think pieces. Even-tempered, mentally strong, and more than a little cynical. You disagree? It wasn't a matter of mindfulness. We just grew up without false expectations. Our vision wasn't clouded with illusions about impossibilities like home ownership, retirement. We realized early on that we'd be working right up until we'd... Detective? Unrealistic expectations. Some people call that hope. See your friends, your classmates drowning every day in that kind of mire. And then to have to listen to people 3 times your age go on about how enlightened today's youths are. Gen Zen. It's not a name I'm particularly fond of. Ooh. Has that in common with heartbreak. So how long have you been in law enforcement? Too long. How long have you been with the homicide department? Not that long, by comparison. Sorry, don't mean to be overly vague. If you really want to know, I spent the bulk of my career over in arson. Was it different from homicide? Flashier, I'd say. Everyone jokes that homicides solve themselves in a city with this many cameras. Excuse me. Meanwhile, fraud and disinfo are so entrenched in the tech arms race they barely come up for air. Arson really hasn't changed that much in the modern era. Fire's still very good at destroying evidence. Can't expect the drone net to sweep into burnt rubble and bring you back out the culprit's fingerprints and driver's license. Those arson cops always think they're hot stuff? No, I'm not. I will permit an acknowledgement. The +2 or -2 is for the court to decide. It's a lot of legwork, a lot of interviewing. And since more than half of the culprits we caught were burners helping Megs commit insurance fraud, we spent a lot of time making friends and can I get a Megs? Do we have more profiles? No? Interesting. We spent a lot of time making friends and enemies in high-rise corporate boardrooms. Megs? Just slang for mega corporations, which is also just slang. At what size does a corporation become mega? It's not really about gross revenue or how many countries you operate in. If you're big enough to crush people, Meg. Apex predator among apex predators. Like those Ototus megalodon in the Miocene epoch. Miocene epoch? Hey, that's... Wait, is that where it comes from? Or is that where it comes from? So why are you working in the homicide department? Is that
Why'd you leave arson? The smoke. Smoke? Just got to a point where I couldn't stand the smell. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. I like this a lot. Rhea's interview. Playback. Okay, you can start now that my desktop's censored. So for the record, your full name is Farah Reyes. And how is that pronounced? Like how I just said it? Oh, Farah. Farah Reyes. Farah. Farah Reyes. Thank you. Your birthday is October 19th. And how do you take your coffee? She makes you fetch the coffee? Figures. Wait, let me guess. Counselor Morgan takes her coffee black. No, decaf. Like a real psychopath. Decaf, yes. Sometimes with milk. Nice. That's even worse. And you, detective? With 2 sugars and a bottle of water, now that I've got this. You mean your eye? When did you have it modded? After I learned I was getting promoted to detective, and before I realized I was getting promoted to homicide. Do you regret it? No. Would have wanted it for work eventually. It takes me a while longer to pay off than I expected. Well, I'm hardly the only person my age walking around with their debts socketed onto them. I see. What are your likes? My likes? Pretty broad ask, don't you think? In that case, perhaps you'd find it easier to describe your dislikes? Small plates. Oh. I hate that dinner by 1,000 cuts shit. I see. I dislike cheap people. Liars. And lawyers. Lawyers? They're smug. Prideful. They bill by the minute. Greed personified. Like their time is so goddamn important. And they're annoying. And pale. Sounds like she hates Morgan specifically. And smug. Should I put down smug twice? So what do you like, detective? Do you have any hobbies? Areas of interest? Well, automotive history, maybe? Oh, could you say more about that? I guess I could talk about it a little bit. The following section has been altered from its original format. It has been edited for time. Alright, yeah. That's pretty good. That's good. Ackwood, which is supposed to be a luxury version of a pickup truck. If there's as if there's a market for that. It's so stupid. I love it. And Chrome, a purplish, bluish, chromish color. The copyright was so intense that just mixing the paint was illegal for naturally aspirated. Can you imagine? I see. Do you own a car yourself? Oh no, you're joking, right? I'd rather eat asphalt than buy an EV with my hard-earned money. The following section has also been altered. It has been edited for time. Strong language. 4 rotors and a computer chip. That's not engineering. It's barely even programming, and as if acceleration was all that mattered. Any race longer than 2 seconds and simulated engine noise. Ching? Oh, assumedly a swear. Who in their right mind? I believe that fills out your dislikes section. So, what is your favorite drink? Dark and Stormy is pretty good. Is that an actual drink name, or is this a Valhalla reference? What does that mean about me, if I think it might be a Valhalla reference just because it's a drink name? How do you make that? Ginger beer, rum, and a lot of lime juice. Putting together a recipe book or something? Who is your hero? That one's easy. Detective Quasum London, of course. Elden Talk has been edited for the following. Time. Yeah. Elden Ring could be edited for time, too. Hey-o! Anyway. Should I relay your sentiments to him? I'm sure he'd love to hear them. Somehow I doubt you'd get the tone right. Very well. In that case, what are your 3 sizes? My what? The measurements of your bust, waist, and I'm not telling you that. Where the hell are you getting these questions from? I designed my interview process to extract all the same kinds of facts that are most commonly listed online. On what websites? Open source, collaborative, community-focused databases. You mean like a wiki? Would you prefer to skip this question? Tell you what. If you can find a single person who does answer that question, I'll give you mine down to the millimeter. Okay, so I have a feeling that Morgan might provide those, just because that sounds like Morgan might do that, just to fuck with Reyes. Go, Carlos. Begin playback. So this is like offboarding thing, exit interview. Yes, it's like that. Oh, well, that's sweet of Morgan, still worrying about me. How'd she know I'd be here? She didn't. Why are you here? Oh, hoping to get back some of my stuff that the police collected as evidence. Don't tell Morgan that, by the way. There's something embarrassing among what they seized? No, it's just, I'm guessing it's my lawyer. Is she still my lawyer? Well, as a lawyer, she'd probably know the exact right form to get this stuff back, but it's okay. I wanted to do this myself. Why is that? Conquering my fears, maybe? Last time I came here, I was dragged in, strong-armed. Everything was going so fast, I barely spoke. Couldn't stand up for myself. If I had been able to stop and think things through clearly, well, I could never have done what Morgan did, but maybe I wouldn't have gotten myself dug so deep. Must have been very upsetting being accused of something so terrible. I'm sure you reacted just as well as anyone could be expected to. Thanks, I think. He can't strong-arm anyone. Whenever it's finished being repaired, I feel like he could strong-arm just about anyone. Or just about everyone, actually. My arm? No, it's not back yet. At this point, I might be better off getting an upgrade rather than waiting for my current model to be fixed. Is that allowed? Yeah, it can. Can't downgrade, can't trade in, can't opt out. Handy will let me upgrade anytime. You ever regret it? Getting modded? Sometimes. But I have a lot of regrets. Compared to some of them, buyer's remorse is... How do you deal with your buyer's remorse? Lately? Lately I've been lying face down on the floor and exhaling. Just for 30 seconds. Count to 30. And do you feel better afterwards? Yeah. That's nice. I mean, I've seen the protests, but I've never... There's a lot of pains being a modder. Makes sense that people would have loud opinions when I'm heard. We all made a choice. I'll sign the papers. I guess that's just it, huh? Not all of us made the choice ourselves. I got modded to help my career. Didn't need to get modded just in order to have one. But a lot of people did, and do. There's this guy, worked with us for 1 quarter. Probably a vet, but definitely didn't want to talk about it, so none of us asked. Good co-worker, very gung-ho, cheery in a musclehead kind of way. It's a physical job, so there's no slouches, but he wasn't fit to just... But he just wasn't just fit, he was... But he wasn't just fit, he was cut, handsome. So when he kept showing up to work with more and more mods, all of them cosmetic, I didn't get it. What's he missing? What's a guy like that want to change about himself? Got offered full-time at the end of the contract, but he said he needed something that paid better. Turns out he'd blown every paycheck at elective surgeons. A pal of mine in HR said he'd given his insurance info to 6 different clinics in the span of 4 weeks. Word is, he wasn't even using the pain pills. Sold them to some drivers for extra cash. It's the worst I've seen it. Grafting runaway, or plastophilia, or whatever they're calling it now. But it's not the only time I've seen it. It's not like there's no incentive for it. There are plenty of megs out there that see people hurting like that and think, there's an ideal worker. Ooh. So you work for Morgan, and you're... Wow. Lawyers must make more money than I realized. Wait, are you here to give me the bill? How much do I owe? You don't owe her anything. Her services were paid for by the state. And I happen to be forbidden from handling any kind of financials, due to an ongoing dispute about what constitutes essential office supplies. I see. I hear ya. Diane was always the money-smart one. Pretty strict, actually. Unless you saw a fidget tubby on the shelf. See her eyes light up. You hear her huffing like she just won the lottery. They're ugly cute, babe. And I would say, well, you're cute, babe. Believe it or not, she thought I was pretty suave. That's sad. That's really fucking sad. Man. And lastly, the worst girl in the world who's never done anything wrong. You're gonna interview me? Here? You did say I need to practice asking better questions. Right now? Because you said the police would be, quote, making us wait so they feel more important for the next 20 minutes. Is there some more productive way we could spend that time? Planning on napping. For 20 minutes? In the lobby of a police precinct? I can fall asleep anywhere. It's one of my many hidden talents. Okay, so... Android is the one who creates and maintains these profiles, then. That's so. Or if that's the case, what does that mean? I don't think that's the case, no. But I guess that's just our in-universe explanation for how we might get this information. You gonna write all this down? Did you start with your name, for the record? Morgan. And your first name? You should know by now that no one calls me by my first name. That's something you have control over. I wouldn't want to force the issue. How long has that been the case? As long as I care to remember. Then what did your parents call you? The tumor. That was a joke. Oh, maybe we should have started you off with someone a little more your speed. Who better to start with than you? Someone who likes talking about themselves. You seem to talk about yourself as much as anyone else does. Or more. I tell people things about myself. It's different. Because you're lying? Now you're getting it. Not very polite to lie. On the contrary, telling the truth is usually rude. I'm not sure that your clients would appreciate that sentiment. We're not talking about my clients, we're talking about manners. We were supposed to be talking about you. Look, the sooner you learn this, the better. When people ask how you are, or what you've been up to, they're not looking for anything nearly so heavy as the truth. They're just following the template. And the polite thing to do is for you to follow the template as well. Here, let's practice. Hi, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Way too late. The whole point is to be on autopilot. Now you've forced them to grab the wheel, check their mirrors. No one's ever grateful for the extra workload. You can be very cynical about these kinds of things at times. I'm just trying to teach. I'm just trying to tell you that people are fundamentally lazy. So, if you want to be a social butterfly like me, try not to make them work too hard. Fundamentally lazy? Do you think people are fundamentally good, too? Obviously. If they weren't, it wouldn't be so easy to trick. So were you planning on answering any of my questions about yourself? Still got some time to kill. Fire away. Will you be honest? I wouldn't want to be rude. When is your birthday? That's a really nice way of answering that. Wait, you're not trying to guess my passwords, are you? I would never commit identity fraud. Not the worst way of going about it, actually. December 26th. 26th. That's almost Christmas. Please. Please. You gotta do it. You gotta do it. You gotta follow it up. But almost Christmas means it's not Christmas. Let's go! Yeah! All right. Woo! That's what it's all about right there. That's what we're here for. Your instincts are always so original. Did you receive your presents on your birthday or on Christmas? What do you mean? Did you not celebrate Christmas in your family? We did. So did your parents give you presents on the 25th or the 26th? Well, I got Christmas presents on Christmas. I got birthday presents on my birthday. Obviously. Are all your questions going to be this strange? What is your favorite color? Are all your questions going to be this juvenile? If you prefer something weightier, do you volunteer? No. Do you donate? Yes. What causes do you donate towards? Endangered wildlife. What's at the face? It's on auto-renewal. I just haven't canceled it yet. That's pretty good. You've mentioned a mentor figure before. No way I ever called her a mentor. A busybody, maybe. World record holder for billable hours spent under the influence, perhaps? Or just, you know, the cougar from hell? If she had rubbed off on me in any way, I'd have hives. I see. Is she a smoker? That's good. Lastly, do you know your 3 sizes? I do. Would you tell me? That's private. You value your privacy very highly, don't you? More like everyone else doesn't value it enough. Water's rising, the world's getting smaller, literally. Less real estate to go around, and everything's connected to everything else. These days, just wanting some time or space to yourself is considered selfish, or worse. Only the guilty have something to hide. I don't like that phrase. Laws like the MOB Act have made it so anonymity and privacy are luxuries. Privileges, reserved for the privileged. And if anyone below that tax bracket tries to claw away a little bit for themselves, well, it can only be because they're guilty, right? Is that why you became a criminal defense attorney? Defend people's innocence? That's private. What are your 3 sizes? You think I know numbers? I'm a fucking English major, pal. Alright. Is there anything else? I think it said there was stuff we could, like, check out and customize. Ooh! New CG for the main menu? I like that. Rumble of the City is... Oh, that's some good shit. That's some good shit. I still gotta say, though, the bolo tie, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling the bolo tie. Is this bonuses? Oh, it's start episode 1. I don't think you can buy anything on the menu, like only in-game. Interesting. Is there anything else? What if we do... How about this? We'll do the intro to episode 2. Or episode 1, rather. And then we'll call it a stream. And I mean, like, just the very intro. The first cut we get, we're good. I continue, keep... Shit. How do I quit? Return to title. Is it already too late? Is this... Go to bonuses? Start episode 1. Okay, there we go. You can choose to play episode 1 in high roller mode. In high roller mode, you're limited to 1 save slot and you won't be able to reload your saves while inside the courtroom. Ooh. Oh, that's pretty good. I like the sound of that. Quick saving and autosaves will be disabled as well. The minimum ante for hands will be increased. The minimum and maximum penalties for answering incorrectly during trial gameplay will be increased. But the maximum ante will be increased as well, allowing you to earn the largest possible high score for credit in this episode. Completing this episode in high roller mode will also unlock an exclusive phone charm that can't be earned any other way. Oh, baby. Alright. I'm in. I love gambling. Settings, you say? Oh, it's restricted? High roller mode is intended to encourage risk-taking and discourages save scumming. Consider enabling it if you want to pursue this mystery like a true gambler. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Save and load as often as you like for the perfectionist. Limited to 1 save slot, loading prior saves is disabled during trials. Play like a real gambler. I like this framing a lot. Obviously, we're going high roller. Are you kidding me? This is a stream, isn't it? Welcome to the high roller tables. Enjoy the thrill. Disable tutorials. You can turn them back on in the settings. Nope. Enable tutorials. Keep them on. Listen, I wanted to thank you for coming over. Figures you'd notice. Anyone could tell something's bothering you. You're the first person to say anything. Can I buy charms now? What happened? Police came to see me. Public? No, they wanted to be considerate of my privacy. That's a first. Click the phone icon. Store? Okay, there it is. Store credit 36. Charmless free? Can I preview without buying it? Morgan time charm? Fucking dangling back and forth. That's really good. I like that a lot. That's cute.
Okay. Hmm. Don't buy any of the colors, IMO? I see. Hmm. Reward for clearing episode 1 on iRoller. Reward for playing Of the Devil demo 2024. Necomorg? What the fuck? Okay. Can I go back and play the demo? I'm sorry. Is this gonna be what I think it is? No fucking way. No fucking way. Oh no. Oh, this game was precision designed in a fucking lab to kill me. Oh no. Oh no. Anyway, that's free. Anyway, this is the one that I wanted, though. I love my little fail girl charm. Even though she's not a fail girl, she's extremely competent. You said the text chat reminded you of what, huh? Motherfucker, it actually was Homestuck. It actually was Homestuck. God damn it. I spent all my money on a charm of my girlfriend. That's a first. I wanted to talk to me about the other week. The hottest fail girls are the competent ones. Brother, I need you to look up the definition of fucking paradox right now. Of not so much oxymoron, but just, like, completely exclusive terms. You cannot be a fail girl if you are competent. That's not what a fail girl is. Fail girl is a state of mind. Words mean things, buddy. They have definitions and proper applications. About my whereabouts and yours. I told them I didn't know anything. They must have loved that. Funny. What would you have done? In your shoes? Probably cursed them out. Yeah, I could see that. Is there anything you want to ask me? No. Not even for a favor in return? Not even for a Scooby snack? No favors lost between friends, I'd say. Sounds like a toast. Why not? To friends. I'll raise a glass to that. Genius with fail girl aesthetic? I will perhaps accept that. That's permissible in court. Glass him! Vandalism detected. Incident logged. Recorded at 8:55 a.m. local time. Geopositional data encoded. If I could have all citizens in the area. Fuck off, copper! Visuals impaired. Facial recognition compromised. Pinging nearby opt-in systems for corroborating evidence. Oh look, they're using the Heartbreak sprite as a background character. See that? That's cool. It's lighting up every phone on the block. We need to go now, or what? He'll use his outdoor voice? Or he'll have us pinned down to our dental records before he can say we're Morning, Officer Leo. You look different today. You do something new with your uniform? Good morning to you too, Morgan citizen. The profile? Oh! There it is. I forgot she was here. I forgot she was here. Occupation, criminal defense attorney. Criminal, comma, defense attorney. That's good. That's good. That's nice. Likes trigonometry, rooftops, bonfires. Dislikes sunburn, baths, karaoke. Exercises by swimming. Hidden talent, baking. Body count. You cannot ask someone that. There she is. To answer your question, no, I have not undergone any recent retrofitting. If you'd like a more detailed record of my maintenance history, you can make a request for... I've got it! Must be a new coat of paint. You're referring to the act of vandalization that just took place. Only the most recent one. Super Cop over here has a new dent every time I see him.
Her body count is at least 6. Actually, it's at least 7 because we know that those 6 weren't her only crimes. So, at the very least, it's 7. Thank you very much. She could be lying. She would never. Anyway, Super Cop over here has a new dent every time I see him. Scars honorably earned in his line of duty, scanning the street for jaywalkers and loiterers. Don't worry, man. A report has been filed, and the police are working to resolve the situation. Civil disobedience at this time of day? What's the world coming to? They're just stragglers, man. There was a period of unrest in the area last night. Unlicensed protesting and demonstrating without a permit. Well, I hope you threw the book at them. The disturbance was handled, but individual instances of volatility may occur during the next 48 hours as we work to apprehend outside actors. Danganronpa blood for sure, yeah. Thanks for the forecast. So, does the bleeding stop on its own? Androids don't have blood, man. This is just a leakage of oxidizing fluid. My mistake. They definitely made it pink as, you know, a little nod to Danganronpa, I believe. I like his little GameCube shoulder insignia. You don't need a bandage? Or, so you don't need a bandage, I take it? The leakage will dry shortly. With that conversation thoroughly exhausted, I let my mind wander as I wait for the signal to cross. I unfocus my eyes and dull my hearing, sinking beneath the hum of the city street. Fading through the lies, bustling around me like so much sea foam. Across the way, a large man with worn hands and an ill-fitting belt turns to a gorilla-like hulk of machine, cuffs his hands in front of his mouth. Yo, 61! The machine halts its lifting with uncanny precision and turns to him. We're going on break. The robot tilts its head to the side. Can't work the piler without Schwinn up on the roof, so, I don't know, take a load off, will ya? Understood, came the over-enunciated reply. The man, already walking away, tosses a dismissive wave behind him. Yeah, understood. A moment after the man turns the corner, the robot attempts to mimic the hand wave to no one in particular. Goddamn coppers on every street. Some of the cops. Look at her go! A derogatory word for automated dependents, particularly ones licensed by or operating under the authority of the state. Interested parties in the automated dependent industries have, on more than one occasion, lobbied for copper and other terms like it, clanker, chrome dome, microchip breath, sick, to be classified as hate speech, arguing that anti-mechanical sentiment constitutes an expression of prejudice. Were it considered a form of hate speech, incidents of destruction or corporate property where such terms were used in prior communications would qualify for additional severity and higher fines paid towards the damaged party. Under all but the most radical interpretations of hate speech law, however, prejudice can only be directed towards sentient living things. People, animals, or corporations. Oh, that's fucked. That's so bad. Oh, man. Speak out against a corporation and you get fucking jailed because it's hate speech. That's amazing. At a bus stop, or what used to be a bus stop, now a charging station, a passionate young man voices his democratic opinion loud enough for the whole street to hear. They declare martial law when I wasn't looking. Small woman beside him, trying to appear even smaller, shifts in her seat. Well, they're just doing their job, so... Bots don't have jobs, except the ones they stole from us. Notice how they don't patrol nearly so heavy in Uptown, even on the worst days. His audience, captive by virtue of sharing the same charging pole as him, shuffles, coughs, and stares even harder at their phones. The woman looks at her knees and pulls at her shirt. Kind of embarrassing me right now. He makes a vague gesture with his hand to indicate he's stepped off his soapbox, and the shoulders of everyone around him relax a centimeter. Oh, now that's just... A woman with exhaustion in her eyes sighs at a hologram floating above her chrome-plated palm. Mods, yep. Historically, mods have been classified... Yep, we are... This is just the one... Yep, that's the one that we had before. So, still a relevant term. While a rounded, smooth-looking android pushes a carriage behind her, Ellen, walk around the block, get her some air, would you? Apparently, this call can't wait, and it's louder than a garbage disposal out here. Of course, ma'am, I'd be glad to. The android punctuates his sentence with a sound halfway between a whir and a purr, which, judging by the coos and giggles coming from the child, seemed to have been well received. Just jumps out every time you open the phone. There she is. Everyone's favorite, certainly mine. Robots, holograms, androids, drones, coppers, if you prefer. Can't so much as sneeze in this city without a dozen different ads, which we have before. Offering you a handkerchief. There's a vocal minority that think that the downfall of civilization, but for everyone else, you're too kind, ma'am. Thank you for your concern. It's hard to hate them when they're so eager to please. Crosswalk's giving me the okay. Keep us safe, yeah? Have a good day, Morgan citizen. It's a bright, crisp morning in the city. Lights changing and people moving in click-clacking harmony, all smooth as clockwork. Were I in a worse mood, it would all be a bit much. But I went out last night. So I'm feeling pretty refreshed this morning. As I reach the other end of the street, I pivot lightly and give Automated Dependent Assistant Officer L30 my best impression of a salute. Thank you for your service! And, of course, he creaks out a mirrored response. No sense of sarcasm, the poor bastards. But I didn't come all this way downtown to poke fun at the only happily employed class in human history. No, I came down here to make an important purchase. Today, I'm going to buy a gun. Of the Devil, Episode 1, An Idle Mind. And that is where we shall end. For today. Something to look forward to next stream, certainly. You think you could raid Allison? I probably could, yeah. What's her channel name? Sure. Flash raid. Thank you for reading it. I'm having a delightful time doing so. I can't wait to read more. And, you know, obviously, lock it in whenever future episodes come out. I know, Truth, you just redeemed the 2, but I'm loving this. This feels great for streams. So, you know, I'm going to be reading the rest pro bono, as it were. Allison Dazkar? Definitely buying this game. Please do. Please do. I say this with all indie games that I tend to enjoy on stream. Always, always, always support creatives like this. This seems like it is going to be fantastic, and I want to give it all the opportunity it can to succeed. So, buy it, wishlist it. If you like it, give it a positive review, all that stuff. Because this is absolutely worth its weight in gold so far. I'm really, really enjoying this. Like I said, it's taking all of the best aspects of its inspirations and really, really, really putting them to work. Very, very, very strong first showing. And hell, episode 1 or episode 0 is free. So if you're not convinced, give it a try yourself. Alright. Let's send out that raid for Allison. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. Again, this has been a pleasure. That's going to be all from me today. I'll see you all with more of this on Thursday. Until then, have a good one, folks. See ya!